Project Genesis Copyright 2011 by Michael K. Davis Chapter 1 The Expanse The vastness of space, seemingly having no beginning or end, rather rambling to eternity, in fact, existed from a particular point of origin. The reality concluded its beginning and end, connected together, circling around, making an endless ring. Located precisely in the middle of this endless ring of space was a world, unknown to mankind, which was more mind-boggling than space itself. The world of wonders, situated in the center of the universe, had a supreme ruler and creator named Amaran, which meant never-ending, lived among species of all kinds. Altogether, the millions lived within a massive flying world reaching the lengths of almost 1,500 miles square. The vessel's end was unseen to the naked eye, as its enormous size appeared to fill the even more extreme vastness of the space where it floated. Entire constellations of stars seemed dwarfed by the looming presence of the massive mothership, which compared in size to a small country. The exterior of the vessel was manufactured of alloy elements unknown to man, rendering it virtually indestructible. The entire vessel was lined with precious gems of all kinds from not only our world, but also worlds unknown to us. Along its sides its intricacy formed rippled depressions which appeared as three-sided triangles filled with trigold and sapphires, furthermore lined with diamonds, rubies, and other unheard-of rare gems. Although enormous, the sophisticated ship emitted no rocket sounds from propelling engines, but, rather, noises resembling that of an extremely high-energy field. The roaring hum and static electricity emitting from the vessel surrounded the vastness of space in which it hovered, creating energy and matter, forming gas cloud nebulas, stars, suns, planets and their respective solar systems. The ship's power source was unexplained by any earthly rationalization, making it completely astounding and lacking of any scientific explanation. The ship didn't move through space, but rather space moved around it as it created wormholes, pulling areas together in which it passed through, moving from place to place. Moreover, the space in which it created was controlled by the massive vessel, and as needed the vessel pulled or pushed entire areas of space towards or away from it, bending the entire fabric of space itself, forming passageways to other places and or dimensions. The ship's interior was endless, with no parameters, and its internal vastness reached infinite distances. The never-ending world contained within was as endless as the space surrounding it. The vessel's interior consisted of a world of eternity which permitted every climate known and also contained many not understood. Numerous species existed within, including humanoid, alien, animal, plant and biological organisms. The unending kingdom within, made up of deserts, forests, jungles, mountain ranges, cities, streets, houses, skies, heavens, stars, moons, planets, solar systems and anything else imagined. It was simply amazing how something so large and eternal could exist within the walls of a vessel so relatively small. Although diverse, the world within was arranged in its hierarchy. Everybody who made up its existence played their roles. Beings moved about from place to place and performed their jobs. Workers had their bosses, leaders had their leaders, and all centered around one creator, the supreme leader of all, Amaran. Beings lived in the world and didn't work for monetary compensation, but, rather, for sense of duty and loyalty to their leader and creator. Amaran forced no one to work, but, rather, encouraged hard labor with positive reinforcement. The harder you labored, the more you were rewarded with a sense of self-accomplishment. Amaran gave citizens a feeling of gratitude which made the participants feel as if they were important, irreplaceable, active members of his created world. They didn't have to worry about buying housing, food, clothing, or anything else, as it was provided freely for their toils. Amaran was a very tall man, reaching an overall height of more than 8 feet. He dressed in a very long white robe which drew in the center with a sash, and from an earthly standpoint resembled an Egyptian pharaoh with a shaven head and long white beard. He not only ruled the empire but also created everything within and outside. He created the wonderfully mystifying energy needed to form the interior expanse, which was necessary to form the exterior expanse. In the process of creating the energy matter used in the expanse, he was able to develop a fountain of youth which resulted in him becoming ageless, with the final outcome of finding eternal life. One of the dominating powers within the energy creation was a molecular equation that, when translated, turned something that originally had a point of origin into something that no longer required a point origin. In other words, if a person were to find what Amaran created, they wouldn't have been born but rather existed forever, therefore erasing their original point of origin, turning the existence into a loop. This theory is what our earthly scientist might consider creating life on a perpetual continuum instead of falling within a particular system of parameters resulting in starting and ending points. Amaran's energy creation was based on the principles of cloning and grafting manufactured DNA and other matter, then splitting atoms and molecules with an end result of endless existence for time, space, and life. In summary, his creation of endless time and space lead to the creation of endless life or existence. Once he created this process, its potentials were endless. He not only controlled all life and its existence but also was able to harness time and manipulate it to conform to his standards. One could only imagine the great powers Amaran possessed. Many wondered where he came from and how he became so intelligent. The truth of the matter is, it's pretty much common knowledge that he's always been in existence, as he created existence as we know it. As a matter of fact, the intelligent ones consider Amaran God or the God factor. Possessing the knowledge, powers, and abilities did make Amaran the supreme creator of all from the beginning of time throughout the future. Having the abilities he did made many of the ones created by him envious of him. It was their envy that caused them their attempts to overcome him. They wanted to possess his powers, knowledge, and technology so they could overthrow him and become ruler. Ultimately, his creations found their own fall from his kingdom in their attempts of his overthrow. Whenever one of his creations challenged him, he'd banish them from his everlasting world, sending them to the outside world beyond the ship. Usually, the defiant ones would be placed on one of the exterior parallel planets, which were duplicates of planets within the ship. Any planet Amaran created inside the ship would be mirrored to the outside space in order to keep a balance. A precise balance was very important so the life continuum could be maintained. Many of his creations thought they could find a better world outside the ship. They'd steal one of Amaran's smaller shuttle ships and make attempts to exit to the outside duplicate space, only to be forever lost. No one could exit the ship without knowing the precise exit portals, and no one knew the precise exit portals except Amaran and the ones he allowed to know. The only ones capable of exiting the ship into the exterior space were the ones given the power by Amaran himself. Usually he only allowed this in order to banish someone to one of the outside planets or to allow one of his workers to do a mission for him. If one of his workers turned on him and they knew the exit portals, Amaran would simply change their location so they couldn't find their way back. Any of his workers that actually exited the ship and decided not to return would be faced with the same fate, only to be imprisoned to the outside world. Chapter 2. Alien Harvest. One of the things Amaran liked to do was populate the created planets with plants, animals, and other forms of life. On his creations he'd make other creations that survived off of his creations, which made a perfect balance and the perfect ecosystem. This is where the story actually begins, as he had created a particular interesting planet he called Terra. He wanted Terra to be a planet where he could grow many different kinds of plants with particular interest in fruits, vegetables, as he liked to eat them. When he first created Terra, he'd take a spacecraft back and forth visiting the planet, checking up on his creations. On his trips he'd often harvest fruits, vegetables, and animals, as these things were delicacies and he liked to share them with his workers for jobs well done. One of his favorite harvest points was an area he called Alpha, as it seemed to produce the finest crops of them all. The wonderful crops attracted all kinds of animals, which made going to the Garden of Alpha one of his favorite visits. He loved the spectacular views of the grazing animals and enjoyed swims in many of its lakes and waterfalls. During one of his visits, Amaran was gathering grapes from a bush when a particular animal approached him. Amaran looked at the baby animal, stretched out his hand and commanded in a soft voice, "Come here, little fellow." The animal looked back at Amaran, realizing he was the creator of all, and approached him. The long-necked creature stretched out its neck and upon approaching let out a little cry for Amaran. Looking back at the crying creature, Amaran replied, "You poor baby, where's your mama?" Feeding the creature a bushel of grapes, he began petting its long neck, then said, "I guess she's off doing other things right now, I'm sure she'll be back soon." The little creature stopped eating the grapes for a minute and stared intently at Amaran. He continued petting the creature's neck, and with his other hand full of grapes he instructed, "Go on, eat the grapes, that's what I put them here for." The creature reached its head back down towards Amaran's hand holding the grapes and began eating them one after another. Noticing how quickly the creature was devouring the grapes, he said, "Hungry little guy." Looking around at all the food in the garden and realizing how the animal loved the sound of his voice, Amaran continued, "I'm sorry I can't be here all the time to talk to you." The creature finished the grapes in Amaran's hand, then reaching out with both hands and gently grabbing the creature by the sides of his neck, he told it, "I may not be able to be with you all the time, but I know something I can do. I'm going to make you a duplicate of me so he can be here with you at all times to talk to you." Looking back at Amaran, and almost instinctively knowing what he was saying, the baby little creature began wagging its tail, letting out a little sound, "Humph." Noticing the creature's gratification, Amaran smiled, then patting his neck said, "You like that, do you? Very well, it will be done." Amaran wore a small device on his wrist which resembled a digital watch. He reached his hand over, pushing one of the buttons on the device, activating a particle gate back to his craft. Then suddenly a bright circle of light appeared. The circle was approximately 10 feet in diameter and it hovered just above the ground. The young creature stepped back, staring at the hovering white light, and watched as Amaran walked through it. As soon as he walked through the light, it disappeared, taking Amaran with it. Returning to his spacecraft, he headed back to the mothership. Later on that very same afternoon, the little creature's mother returned to the garden and accompanied her young to one of the drinking pools. The two creatures stretched their long necks down and began slurping large gulps of the cool, refreshing water. The garden was a very peaceful, serene place, and the natural wonders such as green grass, tall trees filled with fruit, cascading waterfalls pooling into the rushing streams, which seemed almost surreal. The two creatures, mother and son, enjoyed the serenity while drinking the delicious fresh water from the flowing stream. For that very moment a sense of security fell upon the two of them, making them completely unaware of any pending dangers that may lurk about. Suddenly there was a loud roar in the sky, causing the two to look upward. They spotted a glowing round craft hovering over the garden. The craft was opaque with a reddish glow which flashed around its entire circumference. It hovered for a few minutes as if it were surveying the area for a landing spot. While hovering, it spun in very slow circles, then began making a gradual descent. It aimed for a clearing between the trees about 200 feet away from the pond where the creatures were standing. When it reached approximately 10 feet or so from the ground, it slowed its descent to a slow crawl. The red flashing of the circumference began to slow along with its descent, and as it reached about a foot from the surface, it stopped completely. The craft hovered and maintained its position while silently hovering just above the ground. The baby creature became curious and started approaching the alien craft. The mother, noticing her young approaching possible danger, became very leery and let out a loud warning call, "Humph." The baby turned its neck, looking back at the mother just as the hatch to the craft opened. Turning its head back towards the craft, he began walking step by step backwards towards his mother, keeping his eyes on the craft door. Stopping when it reached mother, they both kept their eyes fixed on the craft's doorway and watched as two aliens stepped out. They stood about 5 feet tall, had large heads, large oval-shaped eyes with gray leathery skin. They were very skinny and both of them carried side arms. Examining the two creatures now standing next to the drinking stream, the alien on the left looked at the alien on the right, then both of them started nodding their heads. Turning their heads and looking back at the frozen creatures at the river, the alien on the right took out his side arm and fired 2 particle beam shots. The first shot flew by the baby creature and the second shot hit its mother. The mother screeched out in a loud groaning noise, Then her tail began flying fiercely and she started to lose her footing as her long neck wobbled from side to side. One of the aliens fired another shot at her, causing her to drop to the ground, making a loud thud. Her body didn't move and she ceased all breathing as she was dead. The aliens killed the baby's mother, then turned their focus on the small creature still standing. The baby creature saw his lifeless mother lying on the ground and didn't know what to do, so it let out a loud screech, "Humph!" Stretching its neck down to the ground, it nudged its mother, trying to get her back up. The little creature didn't realize it was useless as his mother was already gone. He continued giving frantic nudges to his dead mother as the aliens took aim. The baby let out another cry, "Humph!" The alien fired another shot at the baby, hitting the baby's tail, severing the end of it off. The beam from the gun was so hot that it cauterized the wound, immediately sealing the end off from any bleeding. Feeling the pain of his severed tail, and realizing it was no use trying to wake his dead mother, the baby panicked and took off running. It darted between two trees, just escaping two other shots, then headed for the hills. The first shot flew by the baby's head, with the second shot right behind hitting one of the trees, splitting it in two. The creature was terrified and he began running faster than ever as another shot raced right over the top of his head, with the preceding shot hitting one of the rocks he ran behind. The aliens moved about trying to take a better aim, but the little creature was pretty fast, darting behind a grove of fruit trees. The aliens kept firing until the baby creature was out of sight. Once out of sight, the two aliens walked over to the dead creature by the river and levitated it, causing it to hover above the ground. Walking one in front of the enormous dead creature and the other in back, they moved it levitating back to their craft. They opened a side compartment on the craft, which was way larger than it looked. Inside the huge compartment held the carcasses of 3 other dead animals. They levitated the dead creature next to the other 3 and closed the compartment. After the creature was stored in their craft, the 2 aliens began gathering fruit in the garden. The first alien approached a tree and jumped over 8 feet in the air, landing on one of the upper branches. Stretching its arms out, it began picking fruit after fruit, letting them fall to the ground. The second alien opened another compartment on the craft, then began gathering the fruit off the ground. Armful after armful, the alien on the ground put the fruit into the opened compartment. After it was full, the alien closed the compartment, then motioned to the other alien. The craft was more of a cargo transport vehicle than anything else and was obviously being used for procurement of goods. The other alien jumped out of the tree and both of them went back into the craft. After the craft door closed, it shot straight up into the sky, aiming for the heavens. The baby creature stood not too far off on a hill and watched as the craft containing his dead mother flew off into space. He didn't realize his mother had been killed and believed the aliens were just stealing her. He didn't have a clue as to where they were taking her, and moreover, didn't know if and when they'd ever bring her back. As the craft disappeared into the heavens, the baby creature continued to stare off into the empty space. He didn't move for hours and simply stood there in shock, staring at space, waiting for her to return. Every once in a while his neck would tire from staring up in the sky so long, and he'd rest for a second by turning down towards the ground and back in space. The aliens flew to the other side of the planet, where they unloaded the baby's dead mother. After placing the carcass on the ground, one of the aliens pulled his side arm out and started cutting up the body with the laser beam. The gun worked like a surgeon's scalpel as it quickly cut through layer after layer of flesh, and not slowing for a moment when it hit bone. The ground was turning into a mess with blood from the creature flowing everywhere. The aliens didn't stop for a moment. They continued cutting the animal into pieces, making them about 1 foot long each. The 2 aliens didn't say a word to each other, but rather communicated by telepathy as they worked in unity, cutting up the animal. Piece by piece they tore through the creature, finally ending with its head. They carefully picked up all of the pieces and placed them back into a storage compartment in their vessel, leaving the animal's head on the ground amidst the pool of blood. After placing the pieces in the vessel, one of the aliens closed the compartment while the other alien started scanning the ground as if he were looking for something. Soon both aliens were searching the ground as if they lost something, then finally one of them bent over, picking up a long stick. Looking and nodding at each other, the alien without the stick picked up the animal's head then shoved down on the stick. The alien holding the head on the stick held it high in the air as if it were some kind of trophy. Bringing the stick back down to his side, they both examined it as if they were very proud of their kill. The alien holding the head made a quick jerking motion, slamming the stick into the ground. They both stood back and admired their trophy for a moment, then both looked up into the sky. A second vessel, identical to the aliens, began descending right next to the first alien's vessel. It hovered right beside the first vessel, then the hatch opened and 2 more aliens stepped out. The 4 aliens greeted each other as if they knew each other, then they went over to the first vessel and opened the storage compartment. All 4 of them unloaded the other 2 carcasses, then began cutting them up. Blood was flying everywhere and the entire place looked like a slaughterhouse. They all stuck to the task at hand until all of the creatures were cut up. They picked up most of the pieces, placing them in storage compartments, leaving the other 2 heads and some stray parts on the ground. After the food was secured in the 2 vessels, they looked for more sticks to add the other heads to the trophy collection. With all 3 heads stuck in the ground, all 4 aliens formed a circle around the heads and began eating the remaining pieces that were still lying in the pools of blood. They didn't bother to cook the meat but just devoured it and threw the bones into a pile in the center of them. In a matter of minutes they devoured the pile of uncooked meat, then they returned to their crafts. Both crafts took off at the same time, heading straight up into the heavens. Nightfall came soon, but the little baby creature didn't sleep. He continued his quest, searching the heavens for his mother's return. The baby didn't eat for days as he refused to leave the spot where his mother disappeared. As more days passed, he realized the need for food and water, so he left the place where he stood in search of nutrition. As the weeks went on, he'd return to that space on the mountain where he witnessed his mother's disappearance just to see if the craft was coming back. Eventually, after a long while, he stopped looking and moved on with his life. Chapter 3 Man Amaran's laboratory was located inside a massive building on the top of a high mountain just outside the city of Kamuri. From the laboratory windows he could visually see the entire city as it was laid out before him. The structure in which the laboratory was located stood some 98 stories and was spread out over a 2-mile area. The roof of the structure served as landing pads for his space vessels, and from the city below you could see ships coming and going all day and night. Usually they were performing missions for Amaran, and the only one who actually knew what they were doing was Amaran himself. There were many different types of vessels, some very sophisticated and some just basic flight vehicles. The basic flight vehicles were used for low-level missions and didn't have particle gate transporters, weapons, shields, or cloaking devices. Primarily these vessels were used for transportation throughout the interior world and never ventured into the heavens above or passed through the portals leading to the exterior world. The mid-level vessels contained particle gate transporters, some weaponry, light shields, and were capable of multi-dimensional travel and light speeds, enabling them to enter and exit through the portals out to exterior space. The high-level vessels contained everything from particle gate transporters, heavy weaponry, cloaking devices, shields capable of withstanding impacts equal to that of a supernova explosion, and were capable of not only light speed but also time travel. Yes, Amaran could do anything including time travel. In order to reach distant parts of the universe quickly, Amaran would pull the desired location close to mothership, then he'd use his vessels to arrive at his final destination. The man really was quite a genius and had mastered everything there was to master. Amaran lived alone on the top story of the complex in a flat about the size of 2 football fields. His home was filled with thousands of monitors which looked out at every civilization he created. The walls were completely lined with screens, and his home resembled a Las Vegas security room on steroids. He could bounce monitors from place to place and see everything in existence. The monitors didn't receive images from cameras but rather received pictures through atoms and molecules of different worlds, making his vantage point virtually endless. The range of his reception was limitless, and he could watch civilizations clear across the universe with total clarity. One of his favorite things to do was watch his creations develop from primitive to advanced states. If something didn't flourish, he'd simply wipe it out and start over again. He looked at existence as a professor looked at a blackboard. If his formulas didn't progress the way he wanted them to, he'd simply start over. Biological matter was probably his most intricate creation of all, and it's one of the things he fell madly in love with. Amaran was happiest when he was creating life, as there was nothing more rewarding than the gratification he received from one who appreciated their creator. This particular day was a special day, as Amaran was about to unveil a new creation he called man. He had brought back a very primitive ape-looking creature from Terra, in which he was going to evolve into more advanced Homo sapiens. His intentions were to develop a creature most like him to keep the animals company on the planet Terra. After his last visit to the planet, he felt bad leaving the little creature alone, seeing how much it appreciated hearing the sound of his voice. Very important to Amaran was his new creation must resemble the creator and must have the ability to vocalize. He wanted this creation to be similar to him in every way, including the way he spoke and thought. Amaran used DNA from himself and cloned a duplicate, removing certain elements he felt unnecessary for man to have. His coding for man was ADAM, which meant Amaran/DNA/N/mentality. He carefully removed Adam from an embryonic chamber, keeping him in an unconscious state. After placing his naked creation into a chair resembling a wheelchair, he called for an assistant. The entire building utilized a very sophisticated interactive computer system called VACCS for all operations. VAC.C.S stood for Voice Activated Computer Control System and was an integral part of Amaran's operation. Basically, the computer controlled every aspect of the compound but only took orders from Amaran. "Vax, could you please send me an assistant?" ordered Amaran as he continued strapping Adam into the chair, getting him ready for the journey. Vax responded in a male voice, "Yes, Amaran, I am summoning an assistant now. Is there anything else you need?" Amaran strapped Adam's last arm to the chair, then stood back taking a look at his creation as he responded, "Yes, Vax, I'm going to need my craft ready for a trip to Terra. Could you please ready it then chart the Terra system? I want you to tractor the entire system to exit port Terra 473 to 777. Also chart my craft with those headings." Vax responded almost immediately, "Amaran, your craft is ready and headings have been charted. The Terra system is on standby at exit port Stratus 473 to 777, will you require anything else?" Amaran thought for a moment, then replied, "No, that will be all, thank you, Vax." "You're welcome, Amaran," responded Vax. Reaching over to a counter next to Adam, Amaran grabbed a device which resembled a vaccination gun. Placing the barrel of the gun on Adam's forehead, Amaran pulled the trigger. A long needle shot out of the tip, sinking into Adam's skull, leaving a small implant no larger than a grain of sand. Amaran placed the gun back on the counter, then looked at the spot where the needle went in. He examined the round mark which remained on Adam's forehead, then rubbed it a little, then said, "Perfect." Taking a few steps back, further examining the brand the gun left on his forehead, he said, "My son, you have the perfect mark." The door to the lab opened and a small, skinny alien entered the room. The alien was about 5 feet tall, gray skin, large oval head, very skinny, with long arms and legs. He didn't communicate verbally with Amaran but used telepathy. Amaran projected his thoughts to the alien, "Please take my creation to my craft and have his chair strapped in." The alien immediately began following orders while projecting his thoughts back to Amaran and replied, "Yes sir, right away." Amaran, giving a nodding approval, transmitted his thoughts back to the alien saying, "Thank you very much." The alien started walking towards the door and the chair started moving on its own, following him. Amaran watched as the alien headed out the door with his new creation, then added, "Be very careful with my creation as it very fragile." The alien, catching Amaran's thoughts, gave his reply, "Don't worry sir, I'll take good care of Adam for you." Amaran smiled at the alien doing a fine job, then said, "You're a good worker and you shall be repaid for a job well done." Stopping for a moment, just outside the door, the alien showed his gratitude and said, "Thank you sir." Turning back towards the lab, Amaran waved a hand in the air saying, "You're very welcome," just as the alien left with the lab door sliding closed. Amaran walked over to the counter and began sorting tools and putting things away when he called, "Vax." Hearing the master's voice, Vax responded, "Yes Amaran." Placing the implant insertion gun away in a drawer, Amaran asked, "Could you please shut down the lab as I'm heading to the surface of Terra?" Vax responded immediately, "Yes Amaran, have a good trip." Closing the drawer, Amaran responded, "I will, and thank you Vax." The computer gave its response back to Amaran, "You're welcome sir." Amaran departed from the lab heading down the hall. He reached the end of the hall when a white circular light appeared. As he walked into the light, the circle closed behind him, then suddenly he was standing inside his craft. The light behind him disappeared, then he headed for one of the seats in the front of the craft. Adam was secured in the wheelchair beside Amaran, still unconscious and unaware of what was going on. Amaran sat in the pilot's chair, began pushing buttons, then strapping himself in, he said, "Vax." The computer once again responded, "Yes Amaran." Tightening his strap a little more, he ordered, "I want you to stop Adam's aging process as he's reached the desired insertion point." Almost immediately Vax responded and replied, "Adam's aging process has been stopped Amaran." Amaran stopped tightening the straps of the chair, then sat still, briefly thinking. Placing his hand to his chin, he said, "Vax." Vax answered him again, "Yes Amaran." With his hand still on his chin, Amaran said, "You know what? Instead of stopping Adam's aging process, I want you to set some parameters." Vax needed clarification as he was unsure of Amaran's specified limitations, so he asked, "What parameters would that be Amaran?" Placing his hands on the armrests, he explained what he wanted and said, "Set his DNA to reflect 32,000 rotations as his average lifespan. With each rotation of the planet Terra, I want Adam to age, resulting in a maximum lifespan equivalent to 32,000 rotations." Vax immediately knew what Amaran wanted and responded by sending signals to the implant in Adam's head. "I've taken care of it Amaran," said the computer, completing the task. Amaran sat for a moment thinking if there was anything else he wanted done, then feeling satisfied that he was off to a good start, he said, "Very good Vax." Relaxing in his seat, he gave the command saying, "Vax, destination Terra please." The craft made no noise as it started lifting off, and Vax said, "Enjoy your ride sir." After raising a small distance from the roof, it shot into the sky, then into the heavens. Within moments, stars began shooting past the flying vessel. Reaching the desired exit point, Vax informed Amaran, "Sir, we're approaching Terra 473-777. Vax asked, "Should I continue?" Amaran was very excited as he slapped his hands against the armrests and commanded, "Indeed, proceed Vax." Suddenly the blackness of space turned bright white as the vessel exited the mothership. Immediately after exiting the mothership, the vessel was above the planet Terra. Amaran glanced out the front window viewing the spinning planet Terra, then said, "Vax, take me to the Garden of Alpha." Immediately charting the destination, the computer responded, "Right away Amaran." The vessel began slowing its descent as it reached the planet's atmosphere. Large white clouds enveloped the craft as it headed straight for the Garden of Alpha. Seconds later, the craft stopped hovering above the trees in the garden. Amaran unstrapped himself from his seat, then leaned forward looking out the window. Wanting a better view, he placed his hands on the console, then looked down at the river. He spotted the place where he wanted to go, then said, "Vax, there's a stream that branches off to a watering hole a few miles to the west. Do you have it on your charts?" The computer scanned its charts, then answered, "Yes Amaran, I do." Still looking out the window, Amaran said, "Keep the craft hovering in the sky just above the trees right beside the pond." The craft began slowing, moving west as Vax replied, "Very well Amaran." Moving a little more west, it stopped just where Amaran wanted it to. The vessel didn't make a sound as it hovered just above the treetops. Looking out the window and noticing it was the exact spot where he talked with the little creature, Amaran said, "Yes Vax, This is perfect. Pointing his finger to a spot right next to the watering pool shooting off the river, he said, set an exit gate right at that tree next to the pond. Almost immediately, a white circle appeared next to the pond, leaving Amaran and Adam off. As soon as the two were on the ground, the white circle disappeared. Amaran, lifting his arm and talking into his wristband, communicating to Vax, ordered, "Vax, be unseen please, I don't want to disturb the animals which may be grazing." Almost immediately, the hovering craft disappeared, cloaking itself into the surrounding scenery. Adam was still unconscious, so Amaran began unstrapping him from the chair. Once unstrapped, Amaran placed Adam on the ground, leaning up against the tree. Moving his wrist back to his mouth, Amaran wanted to hide the chair from Adam, so he said, "Vax, get rid of the chair for me." A white circle formed around the chair, engulfing it, removing it from the garden. Amaran stood back, looking at his naked creation sitting under the tree, sleeping like a baby, then said, "Will, I guess you're as ready as you're ever going to be." Once again raising his wrist to his mouth, he ordered, "Vax, wake Adam up." Amaran watched as his creation slowly opened his eyes to the new world around him. Adam was very frightened and started thrashing about, trying to get up to his feet. Amaran knelt down in front of him, placing his hands on his shoulders, then instructed, "Calm down, don't be frightened, nobody's going to hurt you." Adam kept twisting about and Amaran was afraid he'd hurt himself, so lifting his wrist back to his mouth, he instructed the computer to calm down Adam. "Vax, adjust his serotonin levels," ordered Amaran. Hearing Amaran's orders, Vax sent signals to the implant located in Adam's head, adjusting the balance of serotonin, calming him down. Amaran, seeing the immediate change in his subject's behavior, instructed, "There, that's good Vax, save the settings and keep it right there." Adam sat up, leaning against the tree, staring at Amaran, wondering what and who he was. The look on his face was a mix of terror, confusion, amazement, and wonder. He tried to vocalize, but his words came out completely garbled as he uttered what seemed to be complete nonsense. Amaran knew his subject was capable of perfect speech, as all he needed was more adjustments through his implant. Trying not to let Adam see him talk into his wrist, Amaran turned his head around and said, "Vax, adjust his speech patterns to mimic mine and enhance his comprehension so he understands what I'm talking about." Once again hearing Amaran's request, Vax sent signals to the implant in Adam's head, adjusting and tuning his speech to parallel Amaran's and adjusted his thought process to a higher level. It took a few minutes until Adam started speaking like Amaran. At first his words were completely scrambled, then suddenly they started taking shape as he attempted to say, "Who are you? What am I?" His words were coming out very slowly and it was hard to make sense of what he was saying. Amaran smiled at the progress. "Very good, yes, you're doing well," he said, patting the man on his shoulder. Adam stared at Amaran, studying his mouth and the way it moved. The fear he had towards Amaran started to subside and he tried to get on his feet. Amaran held the man down as he instructed, "No, no, you mustn't do that. You're not ready yet. Sit still and listen." Adam stopped moving and simply focused on Amaran's vocal patterns. Amaran, looking directly at Adam so he could see his mouth as he made the words, told him, "You're my creation, I made you." Adam continued staring at Amaran's mouth, studying his lip movements as he spoke. Amaran continued and said, "I made you and I call you Adam." Adam reached out, feeling Amaran's lips, then tried to repeat his name, saying, "Adam." Amaran nodded his head up and down, giving his approval, then said, "Yes, yes, Adam is your name. Try to say it again." Moving his lips very slowly he continued, "Adam. Watch my lips." He said it again, "Adam." Adam studied Amaran's mouth as he formed the word, then he made another attempt at the word, this time with much more success as he said, "Adam." Amaran was very pleased, so he yelled out, "Yes. Yes. Perfect. You're doing great." He couldn't believe the progress he was making in just moments, as Adam was actually communicating with him. All of his other creations used telepathy to communicate, and the excitement of creating a being which was able to talk with him was absolutely wonderful. Adam seemed equally as pleased as he let out a sound of elation resembling a laugh, ha, ha. Making his lips form the movements, he repeated his name over and over, saying, Adam, 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 me Adam. Amaran, clapping his hands in elation, yelled, Yes, you are Adam. Using his hands touching Adam's legs, he said, Adam, these are your legs and you will walk with them. Standing up, he began walking back and forth in front of Adam, saying, Adam, one leg goes in front of the other, then the other leg moves forward. Now watch me walk. Amaran walked back and forth a few more times. Afterwards, he knelt back down beside Adam. Looking up at his creator, his words starting to make more sense, Adam said, Walk, Adam can walk. Amaran let out a little laugh, ha, ha, then smiling back at Adam he continued, Yes Adam, you're going to walk? Once again, turning his head so Adam couldn't see him talking to his wristband, Amaran said, Vax, upload programming teaching him how to walk and adjust the muscle agility and strength in his legs, enabling the task. Vax immediately began uploaded walking programs into Adam's brain through the implant, then adjusted his muscle agility and strength. When he was finished, he told him he was ready. Amaran, the walking program has been uploaded and muscle agility and strength are equal, said Vax. Amaran, with his head still turned away from Adam, said, Good, very good. A very peculiar look grew on Adam's face as he heard the wristband talking back to Amaran. Realizing the something or someone was calling his creator Amaran, he asked, Amaran. Pointing towards his creator, he asked again, You Amaran? Amaran, realizing Adam must have heard the wristband communicator, replied, Yes Adam, I am Amaran, your father and creator. Cocking his head to the side, seeming not to understand the meaning of father and creator, Adam asked, Father, you father? Amaran attempted to explain his position, telling Adam what his role of father meant. He said, Yes Adam, I am your father and every living thing has a father. A father is the place where something comes from and I am the place where you come from. I created you to be like me because I love my creations. It's the love I have for my creations that causes me to make other creations to care for each other. Adam didn't say a word while staring at Amaran with a blank expression. He really didn't understand much of what Amaran was saying, and Amaran knew it. Amaran closed his explanation by saying, I know you don't understand much of what I'm saying right now, but your brain will absorb it and someday you'll remember me saying what I'm saying right now. Patting Adam on the legs, Amaran stood up then said, All right Adam, let's walk now. Adam, not understanding anything except for the part about walking, replied, Adam walks now. Yes you can, said Amaran, you should be able to walk all over the place. Reaching his hand out helping him to his feet, he said, Come on, get up now. Adam stood on his feet then began walking back and forth as if he'd been doing it for a very long time. The programming Vax uploaded made his steps an absolute breeze. The newly created man was having a complete blast walking back and forth as he repeatedly said, Adam walks, Adam walks. Adam walks. He said it over and over while pacing the grass, Adam walks, Adam walks, Adam walks. Amaran watched as his subject walked back and forth. Yes, yes, Adam walks, and very well if I don't say so myself, agreed Amaran. Adam paused for a moment as the excitement got to him, causing a little loss in footing. Catching his balance, he let out a little laugh, ha, 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 then started walking again. Amaran jumped in next to him and started walking. Come on, come on. Let's walk, walk, and walk, he said as he began picking up the pace, causing Adam to walk faster. Adam, you keep walking, there's something I must do. Adam nodded his head up and down, then letting out another laugh, ha, ha, he began moving his feet faster than ever, starting a slow run. Adam walks. Adam walks. Adam walks. Adam walks, he yelled, running back and forth on the grass. Amaran stopped, stepping back a bit, and watched as Adam ran about the garden. "You're doing very well, Adam. Keep it up," he yelled. Lifting his arm to his mouth, speaking very softly into his wristband so Adam couldn't hear, he said, "Vax upload a complete survival program covering everything he needs to know about surviving on Terra." Pausing for a moment checking on Adam's progress, he continued, "Make sure to include basic instructions on gathering food, harvesting fruit, and self-preservation. Whatever you do, don't include anything outside this immediate planet." Adam's footsteps stopped and he froze in place as Vax started sending signals to the implant. Information was being streamed into his brain at record speeds and Adam just stood there taking it all in. Reaching up, holding his head, his eyes closed as the intense flood of information began causing a little pain. Amaran, sensing Adam's pain, said, "Vax, not too fast, give him a chance to absorb the information. We don't want an overload." Vax slowed down the process to a comfortable pace, allowing Adam's brain proper absorption, causing his arms to fall back to his sides. While keeping his eyes closed, he leaned his head back in a more comfortable position. Amaran sensed the progress was going better, so he said, "That's better, Vax." Amaran watched as his subject was filled with knowledge about his new world. Adam's brain was being flooded with information about trees, plants, animals, birds, water, fire, food, and other survival needs. When the process was complete, Adam's brain would contain enough information to survive on Terra. The information would allow him to make primitive weapons, enabling hunting and fishing, and give him the basic skills to start a fire and cook food. Amaran knew it would be necessary for Adam to have these skills in order to survive. It didn't take long, and in a few moments the uploading process was complete. Adam's head turned back down and he opened his eyes, staring straight forward. The look on his face was total amazement, and he focused his eyes on his hands, examining them. Noticing the upload was finished, Amaran asked, "How do you feel, Adam?" Adam, being not sure how he felt, replied, "I don't know what I feel." Flipping his hands back over, examining the other side, he said, "Adam, weak." Reaching up, grabbing his head in his hands, he continued to say, "Adam, very weak." Amaran walked over to a tree and picked a piece of fruit. Walking back to Adam, he handed the fruit to him. He instructed, "Here, eat this, then get some rest, you've just been through a big ordeal." Adam looked at the piece of fruit and instinctively knew what to do with it. Lifting his hand to his mouth, he took a bite, then started chewing it. "This is good. Adam likes," he said with a mouthful of food. Amaran watched as his creation chewed his first piece of fruit. He received such great satisfaction watching his creations eat for the first time. There was nothing more rewarding than seeing a creation relish the complex tastes of new foods. Well, actually, he enjoyed watching his creations do everything for the first time, but seeing them eat, feeding their bodies, was extremely rewarding. The expression on their faces experiencing the wonderful tastes was the ultimate. Adam placed the piece of fruit in full view of his face, then looking forward at Amaran, he said, "Adam, not know what is," staring at the fruit a little more. He began feeling the skin. It was soft, fuzzy, and it felt good in his hands, so he said, "Adam, like. It feels good. Adam likes it a bunch." A puzzled look grew on his face as he continued staring at and feeling the piece of fruit. "What should Adam call it?" he asked. Amaran examined the man holding the fruit like a doctor would examine a patient doing physical therapy. He watched as another one of his miraculous creations used his fingers, rolling the fruit in its hand. He examined the knuckles of his fingers as they bent, causing the fruit to move around and around. "What do you want to call it?" asked Amaran. Adam continued chewing the piece of fruit, relishing the taste all the while looking at it as it rolled in his hand. Feeling the stickiness of the juice dripping through his fingers, he replied, "Adam, not know." Stretching his hand holding the fruit, which was completely drenched by its sticky juices, towards Amaran, he said, "Amaran made good taste, not Adam. Amaran call it name." Amaran laughed at the comment, "Ha, ha." Looking back at him, Amaran said, "You want me to name it, do you?" He walked over to the same tree grabbing another piece of fruit for himself. Taking a bite he started chewing, then continued to say, I may have created it, but you're the one who has to live with it. Chewing the wet, juicy fruit in his mouth he asked, what do you want to call it? Adam swallowed the piece in his mouth, took another bite, then started chewing again. Chewing a few more times he stated, Adam not know. Adam is not smart like Amaran smart. Throwing his hands into the air he yelled, Amaran smart. Amaran know all. Bringing his arms back down with the sticky, dripping piece of fruit once again pointing towards Amaran he said, Amaran call it name. Amaran examined the way Adam held the dripping peach in his hand and realizing he wasn't quite ready to name anything yet said, Adam, why don't we call this one a peach? Adam stopped chewing for a moment, then walked over to the tree. After looking at the fruit suspended in the branches for a moment he turned back towards Amaran then asked, why Amaran call it peach? Amaran quite simply asked, why not call it a peach? He watched his response as Adam's dry hand moved to his head and began scratching. His fingers moved back and forth scratching the scalp beneath the hair. The complex design with fingers able to care for the removal of dead tissue absolutely amazed the creator himself. He was very pleased with his creation and continued to watch as the itch provided the response of removing dead aging tissue. The naivete of the man was incredible in how he thought he was simply satisfying an itch when in actuality he was grooming the aging process with his fingernail. Adam's mouth turned into a half smile with one side of his lips turning up and the other side staying level. His eyes grew big as the other side of his lip raised equal to the other and he said, oh Amaran smart. Amaran is very smart. Amaran took another bite of his fruit and stared at Adam while he contemplated the answer he just gave regarding the fruit's name. He realized Adam didn't know much yet and knew he'd learn more as time went along. He asked, Adam, do you see that tree over there? He was pointing with his other hand to a tree over to the left of the peach tree. Its fruit was simply beautiful as the pieces hovered in mid-air suspended by their stem. Adam walked up to the tree then reached up to pick one of the pieces of fruit. Amaran immediately stopped chewing his fruit then shouted, Adam stop. Adam froze in his position with his hand around the fruit ready to pull it from the tree when Amaran yelled, don't pick that fruit. Adam let go of the fruit then turned around facing Amaran. With the dripping peach still in his other hand he took another bite then asked, why Adam not eat? Amaran continued chewing the food in his mouth then began explaining. Adam, you mustn't pick or eat any fruit from that tree or any other tree like it as it is very dangerous for you. Adam turned back towards the fruit, gazed at it for a moment then said, Adam sees himself in fruit. Adam likes pretty fruit. The skin off the fruit was very shiny and Adam could see his own reflection. Amaran was concerned with Adam's enthrallment over the forbidden fruit. He knew the fruit could hurt him so he spoke sternly as he ordered him by yelling, Adam, turn and look at me now. Adam stopped gazing at his reflection then turned around looking at Amaran. He took the last bite of his peach leaving the wet pit in his hand. Amaran stared at him holding the peach pit in his hand and took the last bite of his. Adam, he said, that fruit is very dangerous for you. If you eat it, it will kill you. If you eat that fruit you will be no more. Amaran took his peach pit then threw it as far as he could. Adam copied Amaran and threw his pit also. Seeing Adam copy him and realizing he was trying to follow his direction Amaran said, yes Adam, throw the seeds of your finished fruit as far as you can so when the rains come they will grow into other trees. This way you'll have plenty of food to eat. Adam didn't comment but continued to stare at Amaran then back at the forbidden fruit. He really didn't completely understand the dangers of the fruit and Amaran sensed it. Amaran knew Adam didn't understand all of what he was saying so he tried clarifying his explanation of the forbidden fruit. Pointing at the forbidden fruit tree Amaran continued by saying, Adam, animals not like you will eat of the forbidden fruit and nothing will happen to them because they are different than you. Adam cocked his head sideways then repeated Amaran. Animals, he asked. Amaran replied, yes Adam animals. These animals I talk about aren't like you, they're very different and you'll see this soon. The programming Vax uploaded to Adam consisted of pictures of animals. Because he already had visions of them in his head, he said, Adam seen animals already. Amaran, knowing about the uploaded information, said, yes Adam. You've seen them because I wanted you to see them. Adam nodded his head up and down agreeing with him, then said, yes Amaran, Adam sees animals. Adam sees animals right now. Pointing back at the forbidden fruit then back at Amaran, Adam asked, animals eat fruit and live, but Adam eat fruit and he will not live anymore. Amaran nodded his head up and down showing Adam he was right, then added, that's right Adam, you can't eat the fruit or you will not live anymore. If Adam doesn't live anymore then Adam can't see Amaran anymore. He stopped nodding his head up and down and began shaking it side to side. Adam, that fruit is absolutely forbidden, said Amaran. Do you understand? He asked. Adam nodded his head up and down then said, Adam understands. Adam won't eat the forbidden fruit or Adam won't live anymore and Adam won't see Amaran anymore. Amaran was glad that Adam was finally catching on to how important it was not to eat the forbidden fruit. That's right, he said, then he added, Adam won't see me anymore. Adam's eyes grew very big as the thought of not seeing Amaran again scared him. Adam wants to see Amaran, he said. Adam won't eat the forbidden fruit. Amaran smiled back at him, letting him know he approved of what he was saying. Very good Adam, said Amaran, you're a good man. Seeing his master was pleased, Adam smiled back at him and asked, Adam good man. Amaran, still smiling, once again began nodding his head up and down giving Adam praise like one would a puppy. Yes, he replied, Adam's a good man. He went on to add, I want him to stay good, so only eat the good fruit. Don't eat the bad fruit, then Adam won't be a bad man. Adam copied Amaran nodding his head up and down then said, Adam wants to be good. Immediately following he started shaking his head from side to side then said, Adam not want to be bad. Pointing to the forbidden fruit tree he continued shaking his head from side to side then said, no, Adam not eat the bad fruit, Adam wants to be good. Bad fruit make Adam bad and Amaran not see Adam anymore if Adam bad. Amaran walked up beside Adam and putting his arm around him he said, yes Adam, you're a good man and Amaran likes Adam. You stay a good man Adam. Adam, looking back at Amaran placing his head on his shoulder said, Adam will be good for Amaran. Amaran noticed Adam's eyes growing heavy as they started closing. He said, Adam, I want you to sit down and rest. You're very tired. Walking him over to the peach tree then guiding him down to the ground he said, here, rest here. Adam sat down under the tree then leaning back closing his eyes. Amaran told him, Adam, I've got to go now. Adam panicked. Quickly opening his eyes then jumping to his feet he yelled, no. Amaran not go. Adam wants to be with Amaran. Amaran, seeing the panic in him, grabbed him by both shoulders then said, no Adam. You won't be alone. You have the animals to talk to. Seeing how the man was very upset at the thought of him leaving he continued to calm him by telling him, I must go for now and you must rest. Night will be coming soon and you must sleep at night. I will return very soon and teach you other things, but, for now you must get some sleep. Adam, staring back at Amaran with tear falling from his eye, wiped it then glancing at his hand asked, what is it? Amaran, seeing the tear on his finger replied, it's a tear Adam. Watching as his creation cried his first tear he explained by saying, Adam, tears are part of your emotions. Tears are ejected from tear ducts in your eyes when you're sad and sometimes when you're happy. Adam, not really caring about the explanation, ran up to Amaran and wrapping his arms around him as a loving child would he requested, no. Father. Don't go. Adam will miss Father Amaran. Amaran gave him a hug then reassured him by telling him, Adam my son, I told you I'll be back very soon so you must believe me. Suddenly, in an instant, the white light appeared behind Amaran hovering above the ground as his exit gate was ready. Giving Adam another hug and then pointing into the sky he said, "Adam, look up into the sky." Adam followed his pointing finger looking into the heavens. Then Amran told him, "That's where I live and you can talk to me anytime you want." Moving his finger from the sky, Amran grabbed Adam by both shoulders then continued to say, "All you have to do is speak and I'll hear you." Adam looking back at Amran then spotting the white circle of light behind him asked, "You hear Adam from up there?" Amran continued holding the man by his shoulders then replied, "Yes Adam, I can hear you." Letting go of his shoulders he instructed, "If you have any troubles just call for me and I'll be here." A curious look grew on Adam's face then he said back to Amran, "Adam call Amran." Then Amran comes to help Adam. Amran simply smiled then reiterated, "Yes Adam, just call and I'll be here." Turning around looking at the circular light then back at Adam he reassured by saying, "Son, I'm going now but, I'll be back very soon." Adam watched as his creator walked into the light then yelled, "Adam waits, I will see father very soon." Standing inside of the light putting his hand in the air Amran yelled back, "Yes, very soon." Suddenly the light closed around him and Amran disappeared into thin air. Chapter 4 Essentials. Adam slept comfortably under the tree through night as dawn approached swiftly upon him. The warm morning sun shone through branches of the peach tree landing on his face like paint on an artist's canvas. Opening his eyes slowly, while laying very still, he began taking in all the beautiful sights in his midst. Gazing at the green grass he became totally amazed at the dew on the blades as each drop ran down finally settling to the ground. Off in the distance he spotted a mountain range revealing itself beautifully with green grass surrounding it like a blanket around a Christmas tree. The blue sky was simply breathtaking, encompassing everything in its midst with gentle clouds floating about like feathers in a breeze on a spring morning. The scene had a splendor about it as none other and it warmed his mind into a state of complete curiosity. Overhead were morning birds singing greeting songs while flying about searching for food. Off in the distance were noises of a gentle running river darting about rocks heading downstream. He sat for a while examining the surroundings then reaching down to the ground, with both hands, he grasped the grass through his fingers then closed his hands. He clutched his hands as tight as he could. He felt the damp blades fold under his skin inside his fist. Like a predator bird, clutching its prey in its claws then lifting it out of a stream, he pulled on the grass removing it from the ground now examining it in his bare hands. He stared at the fresh wet blades as they lay in his palms then raised them to his nose taking a whiff of their sweet aroma. Their scent opened an entire world of new smells and scents and made Adam hunger for food. Dropping the grass and looking up he noticed a large bird as it flew by overhead. The creature, being eminence, was a miracle that it flew at all. Its wings moved very slowly while gliding on a downward slope towards the water. It didn't make a sound, gliding lower and lower, finally skimming across the top of the river. Adam watched closely as it reached down under the water grabbing for a huge fish it spotted from above. Wrapping its talons around the fish, the bird let out a screech of excitement then started flapping its wings sending it higher in the sky. He watched as the bird took its prey to the other side of the river dropping its catch on the bank then landing beside it. The fish flapped around on shore for a moment until the bird drove its very large sharp beak directly into its guts. Adam carefully watched and learned as the bird ripped the fish apart then began eating all of its parts. Wanting to get a better view Adam rose to his feet then started walking to the opposite side of the river. The bird, looking up at Adam approaching the other side and realizing he was across the river posing no threat, continued devouring his catch. Adam watched intently as the fascinating bird ripped the fish to pieces eating all of its meat. Grabbing a seat at the river bank he didn't move until the bird finished eating. After a while the winged creature stepped back from the bones, leaving them at the river's edge then started repeatedly flapping its wings taking off into flight. Adam studied the monstrous bird as it flapped harder and harder, soaring higher and higher, finally flying out of sight. Being extremely hungry Adam rose to his feet then approached the water's edge. Placing a foot into the water then removing it leaving it hovering above the surface, he tested the water. Returning his foot to the water then following through with his other, he began walking into the water until about waist deep. Without thinking to hold his breath, he dropped down to his knees, placing his head and shoulders completely underwater. He continued breathing, swallowing water, which caused him to choke. Then he quickly shot back to his feet, rising above the surface. It took a few moments to clear his lungs before he started breathing normally again. He stood for a moment practicing holding his breath as he began breathing in, holding it, then letting it out. It didn't take long, and in a matter of moments he was ready to go back under. Taking a deep breath and holding it, he dropped back down under the water, with his eyes still open. He held his breath, and while looking at schools of fish swimming by his face, he tried grabbing one of them with his teeth. The fish darted by his mouth, escaping his teeth. Then he tried it again, only failing. Releasing his breath, he began blowing bubbles, then quickly rose to the surface. Just under the water's surface there were schools of fish swimming about his legs and feet. He examined them below, wondering how the gigantic bird caught them so easily. Reaching out and touching one, he was amazed when it didn't move, as the fish became paralyzed by his touch. Though strange, the ease of it pleased him, so he quickly grabbed it without much effort at all. With his other hand he paralyzed another, then grabbing it too, he lifted them both out of the water. The two fish didn't move at all, and both laid in a hypnotic state in Adam's hands. Placing them back into the water, he let them go and watched as they started swimming again as if nothing happened. Once again, reaching back out and touching them, he paralyzed them both. Seeing the floating fish, he grabbed them both in his hands, then lifting them out of the water, he held them close to his face, examining them. He turned around, he started walking towards the shore, carrying the two fish, one in each hand. Reaching the shore, unaware that he was dripping water everywhere, he sat down at the edge, placing the fish on the ground in front of him. The fish, being in shock, began flapping madly. Adam, jumping to his feet and stepping back, watched as the two fish flapped into a state of unconsciousness. Kneeling down next to the fish, picking one of them up, he raised it to his nose, smelling it. Not being sure what to think of its scent, he lowered it to his mouth, taking a bite. Chewing the fleshy meat was a new sensation to his mouth. At first, he chewed very slowly, relishing the taste, then he started devouring it as his stomach hungered for food. Glancing down, he noticed the scaly skin of the fish, the eyes, the gills, and its gray coloring. Taking another bite, and getting a bone this time, he stopped chewing to pull it from his mouth. Holding the bone in his hand, he examined it, then he threw it on the shore. He continued chewing, avoiding the bones, until he finished, leaving the head and tail. After disposing the parts into the river, he picked up the other fish and began eating it. By midway through the second fish, he became full, throwing the remains into the river. He sat back examining the discarded pile of bones, wondering what they were. Not realizing they compiled the fish's structure, he kicked them away, scattering them, knowing only they didn't taste good. Being very full, he sat back looking across the river. Spotting a very strange creature approaching the opposite bank, he became curious and leaned forward, getting a better view. The creature was rather tall, standing on two legs, and had two small arms reaching out in front. Its skin was gray and it had a tail reaching the ground, stretching behind. At first, not noticing Adam, the creature bent over at the river's edge, taking a drink. Adam watched the creature open its mouth, revealing large dagger teeth. It let out its tongue, then started slurping large amounts of water. Remaining silent, Adam didn't move but watched as the large animal hydrated itself with water from the river. Suddenly the animal stopped drinking, lifting its head from the water. It spotted Adam across the river. Adam continued watching, in a paralyzed state, as he didn't know what the creature might do. Staring at the creature, as the creature stared at him, he became frightened, not knowing if the animal would hurt him. After a moment the animal bored, then turning its body around, it began walking away. Still not moving while watching it leave, Adam became even more curious. He wondered why it didn't hurt him. Maybe the animal only wanted a drink. Maybe the animal was already full. Whatever the case, he was very glad. The animal walked away. After watching the creature drink from the river, Adam became thirsty. Pushing the rest of the fish bones to the side, moving closer to the river's edge, he began leaning forward, causing his reflection to appear in the water. He knelt before the water and gazed at himself, then reached out trying to touch his image. Hitting the water, his finger caused ripples, causing the reflection to disappear. Backing up and waiting a moment, the water calmed. As he leaned back forward, he saw himself again. Once again, touching the water, his reflection went away with the ripples. He wondered in amazement why he'd see himself, then when touching the water, his image would disappear. He had a hard time understanding the simple concept of one seeing one's own reflection, and his response to it was much like a kitten seeing itself in the mirror for the first time. Still thirsty, Adam leaned back forward, this time ignoring his reflection, bent down, placing his lips on the surface of the water, then started drinking. Rounding his lips, forming a ring, he sucked drinking water from the river just like the animal. The water was very cool and it tasted wonderful as he slurped huge gulps. Suddenly, with his face still in the river, a strange feeling came about him, as if he were being watched. Turning his head up, then looking behind, he saw nothing. Ignoring his feelings, he turned back down to the water and continued drinking. Amaran walked up behind Adam, stood there for a moment watching him drink, then said, "Adam, let me show you an easier way." Adam, being surprised, jerked his head out of the water, turned around facing Amaran, then said, "Father Amaran, you startled me." Amaran looked at him with water dripping down both sides of his lips, walked up and knelt beside him at the river's bank, then said, "The water is so beautiful, isn't it?" Stretching his arms out over the scenic river as it wrapped around protruding rocks, he continued by saying, "I love it myself. You know, often I come here to swim." Looking over towards Adam wiping his mouth, he asked, "It's simply gorgeous, isn't it?" Adam, glancing out at the river, noticing the trees as they hung their branches over the edge and having never seen anything like it before, had to agree. "Yes Amaran, it is," he replied. Amaran, once again gazing at the beautiful sights and noticing how much better Adam was vocalizing, said, "Adam, your speech is getting much better. I'm very pleased with your progress." Adam, glancing back at his master then back out at the river, replied, "Thank you Amaran." He bent forward taking another drink. Amaran, observing the way he was drinking, said, "Wait a minute Adam." Adam stopped, then lifting his face from the water and facing Amaran, he listened. "Here, let me show you another way," said Amaran. He raised his hand forming a cup and showing it to Adam, he instructed, "Do this with it your hand." Adam, examining Amaran's hand, copied him using his own hand. Amaran, lowering his hand into the water scooping it up, said, "Grab the water with your hand then bring your hand to your mouth like this." Raising his hand to his mouth, he began drinking from it. After finishing the water in his hand, he turned it over saying, "Yes, good cool water." Shaking the loose water from his palm, he instructed and said, "Now you try it Adam." Adam, reached his cupped hand into the river, then raising it to his lips, he began drinking the water. "It works," he said, pulling his empty hand from his mouth then shaking it dry. "Ha, ha," laughed Amaran, "of course it does," he said, "I designed it that way." Tapping his hand to Adam's spine, he added, "It's also easier on the back and better than bending your face to the water." Pointing his finger at Adam's chest, he added, "You're human. You're not like the animals you see here, as they can't use their feet the way you uses your hands." Grabbing one of Adam's hands, then turning it over examining it, he said, "Just look at it." Using his hand he bent Adam's fingers making a fist, then continued, "They're amazing the way they move, and you'll see that they do so much." With his other hand Amaran splashed the water causing it to leap up in the air. The said, "Not only can you drink water with them, but also you can splash it, play with it, swim with it, tread water with it. Its possibilities are endless and you'll see them all." Letting go of Adam's hand, he stretched his arms over the water then said, "Adam, Being human is a wonderful thing. You're better than any other animal I've made. Adam, still focusing on the water, asked, "Water, is that what you call it, Father Amaran?" Amaran, realizing his concepts far above Adam's current mentality, brought himself back to his level, then replied, "Yes Adam, I call it water and every living thing needs it." Patting the man's shoulder he said, "Drink it often as it will keep you well." Once again Adam became curious, so he asked, "What does well mean?" Amaran, trying to keep his answers simple as possible, replied, "Adam, to be well means not to be sick." Realizing Adam didn't understand the meaning of sick, he explained, "Adam, getting sick isn't good." Amaran turned around pointing at the forbidden fruit tree, then added, "If you eat the fruit from that tree, you'll get sick and die." Adam, glancing over at the forbidden fruit tree then back at Amaran, said, "I don't want to get sick and die." He started shaking his head from side to side, then continued by saying, "I won't eat from that tree because if I die I won't see you anymore." Amaran nodded his head up and down, then said, "That's right Adam," pointing back down to the river he added, "but, if you drink the water you'll live a long time and not get sick." Reaching down he scooped another handful of water, then said, "Adam, do as I say and you'll never get sick." Tilting his hand back towards his mouth he drank the water. Adam watched as Amaran drank the water in his hand, then asked, "So sick means not well?" Shaking the water from his hand Amaran replied, "Yes Adam, sick means not well." Spotting a curved piece of wood along the river bank, Amaran got up and walked towards it. Adam watched as Amaran walked the river's edge, then yelled, "Where are you going, father?" Amaran, approaching the wood then bending down picking it up, yelled back, "Just a minute Adam, I want to show you something." Adam watched as Amaran walked back with the piece of wood in his hand. "Father, what are you doing?" he asked as Amaran approached him. Bending down, kneeling beside Adam, Amaran replied, "Wait a minute and you'll see." Placing the wood under water he began moving it around side to side, cleaning it off. Adam, still curious about what Amaran was doing, asked again, "Father, what are you doing?" Amaran proceeded moving the wood side to side, then, with his other hand, removed all the dirt away. Once clean enough he filled the curved wood, like one would fill a drinking glass, with water. Now holding the filled dish he replied, "Adam, watch." Lifting the wooden dish to his mouth he began drinking from it. Adam watched in amazement as Amaran drank from his creation. "Father, that's very clever," he said, analyzing Amaran's crude invention. When finished, he handed the wooden dish to Adam, then said, "Now you do it." Adam placed the wood into the water, then began moving it side to side. "Like this, father?" he asked, rubbing his hand against it, removing the dirt. Amaran observed him doing what he was told, then replied, "Yes son, like that." Filling the dish with water, he brought it to his mouth, then drank from it. It was absolutely astonishing how easy drinking from the dish was rather than from the hand. Finishing the water he said, "Father, that wooden drinking thing works good." "Adam, there are many things lying around here that you can use like that piece of wood," said Amaran. "You'll figure it all out by living here, but you'll have to be creative." Adam, glancing across the river, noticed a strange-looking creature approaching the bank. It walked on 4 legs, had a very long neck, it was gray in color, having a very large body which stretched out towards the back to a long, thick tail. Bending its long neck down to the water it began drinking. Adam, being fascinated with the creature and not knowing what it was, asked, "Father Amaran, what is it?" Amaran, now looking in the same direction, began to explain and replied, "Adam my son, that is one of the animals I created." Furthermore, examining the creature and noticing something out of the ordinary, he said, "Now that's strange." Adam, examining the creature wondering what Amaran was referring to, asked, "What's strange, father?" Amaran pointed towards the creature and with emphasis on its tail he answered, "His tail. Why, the end of it is missing." Adam, looking at the tail and seeing how abruptly it seemed to stop, asked, "It's not supposed to be like that." Still examining the creature, Amaran replied, "No, Adam, his tail is supposed to end in a point." Stretching both hands out towards the creature, he added, "He must have cut it off somehow. I don't know why he didn't bleed to death." Reaching up, he began scratching his head as he knew the creature should have died from the blood loss. Knowing the only way it could have survived from a wound so evasive would have been if it were cauterized by a heat source, he said, That's very strange." Adam, not being sure of what Amaran spoke about, turned his attention to how much water the creature was drinking. He was amazed by the intake of such large amounts of water and wondered how anything could consume so much. "Father, how does it drink so much?" he asked. "Where does all the water go?" Amaran, coming to a logical conclusion as to what happened to the tail, didn't share with Adam and stopped scratching his head. He knew that the aliens had to have been the ones who did this to the animal, as they're the only ones with cauterizing technology. He quickly turned his focus on Adam's question. He was pleased by the questions, as they're causing his brain to exercise, and knew the more he used it the stronger it'd become. Adam's design included intentions of being able to someday master the planet, so Amaran didn't hesitate with answers. "Adam," he replied, "that animal drinks a lot because it's so big. Just look at it, my son, as it's a grand creature." Stretching out both arms, presenting one of his miraculous creations across the river, he continued by asking, "Do you know what's truly amazing?" Adam, not having a clue, turned toward Amaran, then shrugging his shoulders, he asked, "What is that, father?" Amaran made a fist, then holding his hand above the water, in front of Adam's face, he asked, "Do you see my fist?" Adam, looking at Amaran's fist suspended above the water and having no idea what he was leading to, replied, "Yes." Amaran, explaining his visual aid, said, "That animal's brain is no larger than my fist." Adam held his hand out making a fist, then examining it with a confused expression asked, "What's a brain?" Amaran, becoming filled with excitement and throwing both arms into the air like a mad professor, spoke with enthusiasm as he answered, "Adam, my son, a brain is what makes you, you." Easing the excitement a bit, dropping his arms back down resting on his knees, he continued to say, "Adam, a brain is what you use to do everything." Lifting his arm now, pointing at Adam's head, he said, "It's located right there, within your head, protected under layers of bone which I call a skull. It operates every aspect of you, and without it you'd be dead." Moving his finger from Adam's head, now pointing towards the creature, he continued, "Adam, just think of it, that animal's brain is tiny, but, yet he can do so many things." Adam, now staring back at the animal, asked, "Like what?" "Ha!" laughed Amaran, shaking his head from side to side, "Like what you ask?" Once again pointing back at the creature, he answered, "It can walk, breath, close its eyes, move that long neck, drink enormous amounts of water, run, make all kinds of noises, chew, and as a matter of fact it does all kinds of miraculous things, all with that tiny little brain." Adam watched Amaran gazing towards his massive creation in pride, as the expression enveloping him was almost frightening. His enthusiasm and excitement shone through like brilliant gem under a bright light, and Adam became more amazed by his answers. "What's a stomach?" he asked. Amaran turned, now pointing at Adam's stomach. "Your stomach is located in here," he said, circling his finger around the area where it lay. Moving his hand to Adam's face, now pointing towards his mouth, he said, "Food goes in your mouth." Moving his finger down the esophagus, he continued, "Down your esophagus." Moving his finger further down, once. Again pointing at his stomach, he said, "Into your stomach." Still yet even further down, now pointing towards intestines, he continued, "Into your intestines." Folding his arms, he began explaining what happens to the food by saying, "Your intestines absorb nutrients from the food as it passes through, which enables you to live. After it passes through the intestines, it turns to waste and exits your bowels." Adam, being intrigued with his presentation, looked Amaran in the face, then asked, "What are bowels?" Amaran, finding humor in his question, started laughing, ha, ha. Not understanding why Amaran was laughing, Adam began laughing along with him anyway. Ha, ha, laughed Adam without having a clue as to what about. Suddenly he stopped and watched as Amaran's laugh slowed down a little, then asked again, Father, what are bowels? Amaran paused, laughing long enough to reply, Adam, you're going to find out sooner or later. So, starting to mix his words with laughs, he continued, I may as well tell you, no, ho, ho, ho. Your bowels are connected to your anus. Stopping his laugh, he coughed, clearing his throat, then pointing to Adam's rear end continued, right there where you sit. Amaran began laughing hysterically, ha, 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 ha. Pausing his laugh long enough to finish, he said, I'd suspect, pretty soon you're going to find out. What happens to waste? Adam, being naive as he was, didn't understand what Amaran was laughing about, so he asked, so father, is waste funny? Amaran was still finding the conversation humorous and continued mixing words with laughs as he replied, it's not going to be too funny if it hits you at the wrong time. After finishing his answer, he once again began laughing hysterically. Adam, not having a clue as to what was so funny, began laughing along with him anyways. Although not knowing what the humor was all about, he knew it made him feel good inside to laugh, so he began bellowing out loud sounds of laughter, ha, 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 ha. Amaran laughed along with him. Ho, 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 he laughed, loving the feeling of humor also. Adam's laughter stopped. Glancing across the river, he noticed the animal lifting its head from the water. Look, it's done, he said, pointing towards the creature as it finally stopped drinking. Being curious as to what the creature was, he asked, what's it called, father? Amaran's laughter stopped as the moment drew serious, then answered, I've never named it. He began explaining the creature's dining habits. It feeds off vegetation, he continued to say, and likes treats of fruits and vegetables. Adam slowly rose to his feet, staring straight at the large four-legged creature as it stared back at him. The animal showed no emotion and studied Adam in the same way he studied it. Thinking the creature was beautiful, Adam said, it's a fine creature and your work is wonderful. Amaran rose to his feet then, while standing next to Adam and staring at the creature, he replied, I always thought so. He tapped Adam on the shoulder, breaking his attention away from the beast. He said, come along, Adam, there's other things I want to show you. The two of them started walking through the garden, looking at various species of animals. Adam spotted a two-legged creature which had two small arms. He watched in amazement as the animal chased its prey while running through a field. Father, that one, he said while pointing towards it. What's it called? He asked, being ever curious. Amaran liked answering Adam's questions but felt it was time for him to start using his own brain. Wanting Adam to name the creature himself, he said, Adam, I want you to think of a name for it. Adam looked back at Amaran with a very confused expression as he didn't understand why he wanted him to name the animal. But father, that's too hard for me to do, he said. Knowing his brain was capable of constructing words, he wanted him to start using it in that direction. Adam's human brain was very complex and Amaran knew all he needed was a little coaching. Adam, it's not hard to do, here let me help you, he said while stomping his foot to the ground. Adam watched his foot slamming against the planet's surface, then Amaran asked him, Adam, do you know what's under my feet? Adam, looking down at the ground and scratching his head as he didn't know the answer, replied, I don't know what it's called. Amaran dropped to his knees, then striking his hand on the ground he said, Adam, this is called the ground. He went on explaining by saying, and the planet you live on is called Terra. Adam knelt down beside Amaran, feeling the ground with his hand. This is ground, he said, and the planet I live on is called Terra. Wanting to reassure him, Amaran said, yes Adam, the planet you live on is called Terra. Pointing out the animals, he continued and said, and the planet all the animals live on is called Terra. Still pointing towards the two-legged creature with short arms, he asked, "What planet does that family of creatures come from?" "Terra, father." Verbally rewarding him by telling him he was right, Amaran said. "Yes, very good." Looking him straight in the face, he directed him by saying, "Now knowing that that beast comes from the planet Terra, why don't you experiment with the two words and see what you come up with?" Adam began scratching his head as his mind worked, then said, "Amaran, it's too hard. I can't do it." Not wanting him to give up, he coached him a little more by giving a clue suggesting, "Adam, try putting the two words Terra beast together." Suddenly, his brain started clicking as Adam stopped scratching his head and formed a word. "All right, let's see, how about Terra beast," he said. Realizing he actually put two words together creating one, he became excited, blurting out, "Amaran, I did it. Terra beast. I did it, Amaran, Terra beast." Patting him on the shoulder for a job well done, Amaran said, "Good job, Adam. Good job." Looking Adam straight in the face, he said, "Now Adam, I'm going to tell you a little more about the animal you're naming." Pointing back out at the creature still eating, he continued, "That animal eats the meat of other animals, and when it hunts it terrorizes its prey." Adam, nodding his head up and down, agreeing the animal which it kills has to be terrified, replied, "Yes, Amaran, he would be really scared." Continuing his lesson, Amaran said, "All right, it resides on the plant Terra and it's part of the beast family, right Adam?" Nodding up and down going along with Amaran, Adam replied, "Yes, Amaran." Pointing to the creature, he asked, "And you saw how fast it ran catching its prey?" "Yes, Amaran, it ran real fast," replied Adam, carefully watching the animal eating its meal. Understanding Adam needed help constructing his first word, Amaran gave some directions. "All right, Adam," he said, "try putting Terra beast together, but I want you to shorten it." He continued by explaining how to shorten it. "Since you already know the animal comes from the beast family, you can drop the word beast from the new name." Scratching his head, he thought for a minute, then said, "This is too hard, Amaran. I can't do it." Knowing his mind was capable, Amaran coached him along and said, "Yes, Adam. You can do it." Reiterating his hint, the said, "Drop the word beast, then what do you have?" Patting him on the back, "Adam, you can do it," he said. Adam thought very hard, then suddenly he stopped scratching his head and blurted out, "Father, I'll call it Terra." Amaran, being very pleased with his progress, patted him on the shoulder, then said, "Terra. That's a wonderful name, Adam, very well done." He knew the potential was there all along and he wanted him to continue using it. Pointing to the creature that the Terra was eating, he asked, "Adam, what shall we call the less fortunate creature?" Carefully watching the Terra ripping through its meal, Adam blurted out the first name coming to mind. "I'll call that one Food," he said, holding his head high in the air with pride, being very pleased. "Perfect," said Amaran, once again patting him on the back showing his approval. "You're doing wonderfully," he added, "now let's go find more animals for you to name." Placing his arm around Adam and directing him towards the field, he said, "There's a whole world out there, just full of animals, waiting for you to give them names." "Father," asked Adam, "why did you make these beasts?" Amaran explained and said, "They were created to maintain this planet and they were put in place to provide food for beings which need lots of protein." Stopping for a moment, he said, "Adam, there are other beings living out in these heavens and they will come and eat these beasts as that's what they're here for. I created them to be food for other beings which survive on lots of meat. If these beings have these beasts to hunt and kill, then my other creations like you should be left alone." Adam, being a bit concerned, asked, "What are these other beings you speak of?" Amaran replied, "They aren't human like you and don't live here, but they do hunt here and I created them too." "Will they hurt me?" asked Adam. "No," replied Amaran, "they should leave you alone as long as they have the beasts to eat for food." Heading to the field, Adam halted, stopping dead in his tracks. A peculiar expression grew on his face as he reached down holding his stomach. Bending over a bit, Grasping his stomach with both hands he cried, "Father! There's something very wrong." Examining Adam's expressions, Amaran let out a chuckle, "Ho, ho." Stopping his laugh he said, "Adam, I don't believe anything's wrong at all." Pointing towards a clump of bushes giving instructions he said, "Go over there, squat, let it all out and you'll feel better." A reddish glow grew about Adam's face, and not understanding his new feelings he asked, "But father, why do I need to go to the bushes right now?" "Ho, ho, ho," laughed Amaran, "if you don't go soon you're going to pop." Adam, clutching his stomach even harder with his face turning redder and redder said, "But father, my stomach hurts." Bending further in pain as the cramps set in he asked, "How will the going to the bushes help?" Still again pointing towards the bushes Amaran replied, "Adam, come on, hurry now. You must go over to the bushes and squat down right now." Not wanting to argue with his father, Adam raced to the bushes, then squatting down he cried, "Oh boy." Not being sure of what to do he began instinctively using his bowels for the first time. When finished he rose to his feet, examining the pile of waste sitting on the ground. "Father," he yelled from the bush. "Yes, Adam," replied Amaran. Being confused and not knowing what to do next he asked, "What should I do?" Amaran, trying not laugh, instructed the man on his mission and yelled, "Adam! That's what waste is." Adam, looking back down at the pile, yelled, "Oh! I see, father." Still needing to know what to do he asked again, "Father, what should I do?" Amaran, knowing that Adam's programming consisted of survival needs, replied, "You know what to do, Adam." Placing both hands around his mouth, projecting his voice into the bush, he yelled, "Grab some leaves and wipe your butt." Adam looked around the bush, then picking out some large leaves, began wiping his butt. A few moments later he yelled, "Amaran." Still trying very hard not to laugh, Amaran yelled, "Yes, Adam." Wondering how he'd know when he was finished he asked, "How will I know when I'm done?" Not being able to contain himself anymore, Amaran started laughing hysterically, "Ha, ha, ha, ha." He laughed. Trying to give the simplest instructions he could, he replied, "Believe me, Adam, you'll know when you're finished." A few moments later Adam came out of the bushes, and with an enormous grin on his face he said, "Father, I feel much better now." Amaran, still laughing, paused long enough to say, "I can see that." Adam, seeing Amaran laughing, but not knowing why, decided to laugh along with him anyways. He laughed, "Ha, ha, ha, ha," then asked, "Father, what's so funny?" "Forget it," replied Amaran, "come along, Adam," he said, putting his arm around him, directing him back to the fields, "Let's go name some more animals." Walking out of the garden, heading into the field which was teeming with life, Adam spotted insects flying about everywhere. There were animals running all about the place, and killer beasts passed right by them, not even taking notice. Spotting a particular insect flying by his face, Adam asked, "Amaran, what is that?" They watched as the insect made a landing on a long blade of grass, then Amaran replied, "Adam, that insect is designed to eat things you wouldn't dream of." The insect began rubbing its front legs together, then bending forward a bit, Adam asked, "What things does it eat?" Amaran, motioning Adam to take even a closer look, bent forward with him, instructing, "Go on, pick it up." Watching Adam reaching forward with his hand, he said, "Be very gentle with it, Adam, as it's very fragile and it'll crush in your fingers." "Oh, I will," said Adam, reaching out with his fingers. His finger touched the insect and it became paralyzed, not moving an inch. Gently grabbing the insect between his fingers, he brought it closer to his face. Having a better view and while examining it, he said, "Father, it's an amazing creature." Looking even closer, noticing its wings and how transparent they were, he asked, "Father, what are those?" Amaran bent forward, getting a good look at what Adam was talking about. "Those are wings," he said, pointing to them. "What are wings?" asked Adam, further examining them. "Wings are how this insect can fly," replied Amaran. Noticing its eyes, legs and rather rude-looking body, Adam said, "This thing's kind of disgusting looking." Stepping back a bit, Amaran waving his hand motioning, he said, "You can let it go now, Adam." Letting loose of the insect, they watched as it soared into the air. "That's incredible," said Adam, watching the insect fly higher and higher. "Yes, Adam, it is," replied Amaran, watching the thing fly out of sight. "You see," explained Amaran, "the young of that insect actually eat dead flesh and other decaying things." "That's awful," said Adam. Amaran gave a short explanation, letting Adam know it was a necessary evil. "Yes," agreed, "it does sound pretty bad," he said, "but bad is necessary so good can flourish." Seeing Adam was absolutely confused, he explained, "Bad is the balance of good, and as disgusting as it may seem, without bad we wouldn't have good." "I don't understand," said Adam, "why do we need bad for good to exist?" he asked. Amaran, very much wanting him to understand, went on explaining and replied, "Bad is the opposite of good, and without bad we couldn't have good." He related his created ecosystem by saying, "It's really rather necessary for the insect to eat the bad waste in order for things to go away or decompose." Adam was intrigued with Amaran's creations and wanted to know more about them. His mind started grasping the concept Amaran related, but, still needing further explanation, he asked, "Father, what would happen if things didn't decompose?" Amaran, relishing his questions, answered, "If things didn't decompose, the planet would be filled with dead things, making it an awful place." He wanted Adam to know the true importance of decomposition, so he said, "Nothing would ever leave, and eventually the planet would turn into a huge wasteland, making it virtually impossible for anything new or good to survive." Pointing his finger towards Adam, he said, "You couldn't exist." Now pointing towards the field, he added, "The animals couldn't exist, the plants couldn't exist, and the entire place would be a mess." Adam, staring out at the field, picturing dead animals everywhere with no place for any new ones, said, "That would be bad." He was truly amazed by the complex design and how much everything hinged upon that flying insect. Realizing the true importance of it, he said, "Father, that creature is very important." Amaran, having to agree, said, "Yes, Adam, it's very, very important." He asked, "So, what do you want to call it?" Thinking of how well the insect flew, Adam replied, "Well, Father, I want to call that one a fly." Approving of his decision, Amaran said, "Sounds like a good name to me." Once again, putting his arm around Adam, leading him further out to the field, Amaran said, "Let's go find more creatures to name." The two of them walked through the field all morning, naming various different kinds of animals. Amaran was very pleased with Adam's progress and soon became fascinated with all of the names he came up with. Not only was he doing well naming animals, but also came up with some good ones for many plants and trees. Afternoon came quickly, and soon it was time for Amaran to go. Once back at the garden, Amaran knew it was important for Adam to utilize the daylight, as, for the moment, it was his only light source. "Adam," he said, "night will be coming soon and it'll be getting dark, so I want you to make a fire, then gather food for the evening." Hearing Amaran's instructions triggered Adam's brain, causing it to search for the downloaded files. "Father," he said, with his mind pulling up instructions on fire building, "I've never done it before, but I seem to know what a fire is." Wondering where he'd heard about fire building, he asked, "How could this be?" Amaran, not wanting Adam knowing about his programming, replied, "Adam, what you're experiencing right now is called instinct." Not having a clue as to what he was talking about, Adam asked, "What's instinct, Father?" Amaran figured the easiest way of him understanding it was by explaining it in the simplest fashion. "My son," he said, "instinct is already knowing how to do something before you've ever been taught." Not really understanding the full concept, Adam asked, "But Father, how is that possible?" Knowing darkness would be closing in on them soon, Amaran replied, "Adam, with me all things are possible." Waving his hands motioning him to get moving, he said, "Now, go make a fire and shed some light on the evening." Adam instinctively began gathering wood, making a pile in the garden. Finding a flat rock by the river, he began digging a hole in the ground deep enough for a nice size fire. After finishing the hole, he began gathering dry grass and twigs. Using 2 sticks, he laid the flat one on the ground and turned the round one on the flat one, creating a small hole. He placed dried grass under the flat stick, then began turning the round one fast until he created an ember. He placed the glowing ember on the dry grass, then blew until it turned into fire, then put it under his pile of kindling. Soon Adam had a nice fire burning. Soon the fire was growing large enough to place small pieces of wood into it. Gradually, using larger and larger pieces of wood, the fire grew into a full blaze, lighting the entire area. Amram was standing not far off, watching him build his first fire, and didn't say a word as he wanted him to accomplish the task on his own. Vax, previously under Amram's instructions, uploaded programming needed to start the blaze, and Adam, thinking it was instinct, simply did it. Amram, seeing what a wonderful fire Adam built, began clapping his hands, then said, "Wonderful, Adam. Wonderful. You built your first fire and it's a dandy one." Hearing the applause, Adam turned around and asked, "Did I do good, father?" Walking up, then standing next to the fire, Amram warmed his hands over the flames and replied, "You did great, Adam." Rubbing his hands together, warming them a little more, he noticed how relaxed Adam was getting by staring at the flames. Realizing he was falling into a sleepy, hypnotic state and not wanting him too comfortable before the work was done, he said, "Adam, make sure you've gathered enough wood and food for the night, and whatever you do, don't let the fire burn out." Throwing more wood on the fire, making the flames dance even higher, he said, "If you build a big enough fire, you won't have to start another one." Adam copied Amram and warmed his hands by rubbing them together above the flames. "What do you mean I won't have to build another one?" he asked, not understanding how the fire could continue burning. Amram replied, "Adam, if you use enough wood, you'll build a nice bed of coals and the fire will go virtually forever." He stopped rubbing his hands together and folding his arms. He asked, "How can it go forever?" Amram began explaining a simple cloning process of using matter from one thing, duplicating it, therefore creating another from the original. Trying to keep his explanation as simple as possible, he said, "Adam, by using your existing coals you'll continue the fire process, therefore duplicating the original, creating another just like it. All you need to do is add a little more wood to your coals and it will continue creating fire." Dropping his arms to his sides and staring at him in amazement, he said, "That's incredible." Still not fully understanding how something could be created by something else just like it, he asked, "But father, how does the fire make more fire?" Not wanting to explain all the details, Amram used the animals they saw that day as another example. Keeping it as simple as possible, he asked, "Adam, do you remember the animals we saw today?" "Yes, I do," replied Adam. Continuing his explanation, Amram said, "Those animals create other animals by a process of reproduction." Being absolutely confused, Adam asked, "What's reproduction?" "Reproduction means to make something again," replied Amram. Wanting to further clarify, he said, "Adam, if I want to reproduce or make that fire again, it's easiest if I use a part of the fire to create another fire." Seeing Adam was intent on listening, he continued and said, "It's the same thing with animals. If I want to reproduce or make another animal just like the first, it's easiest to do using part of the first, creating another just like it." Seeing an expression of confusion on Adam's face, he asked, "Do you understand?" Shaking his head from side to side, Adam replied, "No." Thinking of another explanation, Amram lifted his foot in the air, showing Adam the bottom of his sandal. "Do you see the imprint on the bottom of my sandal?" he asked. Glancing at the bottom of Amram's sandal, he replied, "Yes." "Now watch," said Amram, slamming his foot to the ground. Lifting it, placing it next to the imprint in the soil, he said, "You see, Adam, the imprint in the soil is identical to the one on my sandal." He added, "The first one was used to make the second one," said Amram. Not saying a word, Adam turned his head back towards the flames, falling back into a trance. His mind absorbed all it was told and he became mesmerized with the fire while thinking about it. Wanting him to break his trance, Amaran said, "Adam, if you want to move your fire, simply place some coals on a flat rock, then you can carry them anywhere you want." Breaking his trance, turning his head towards Amaran, he said, "Father, you're very smart." Nodding graciously towards Adam, he said, "Thank you." After warming his hands a few more moments, he said, "Adam, I'm leaving for the night. Make sure to gather your food and wood." Adam, beginning to fall back into a trance, asked, "Father, you will come back soon?" Stepping a few paces back from the fire, Amaran replied, "Yes, Adam. I will come back soon." Being totally soothed by the warmth of the flames up, Adam asked, "Father, the fire feels good, doesn't it?" Waiting a moment and hearing no reply, he turned his head looking for Amaran, but he was gone. Chapter 5. The fire. Nightfall was closing in very fast, so Adam ran about the garden gathering fruit and firewood. It didn't take long and soon he had a generous stack of firewood and ample food for the evening. He was rather tired from the day. He sat leaning against a tree aiming towards the fire. Looking over at the gathered pile of fruit, he grabbed a piece and started eating it. Laying his head back, resting it on the tree and looking up through the branches, he saw the evening stars in the sky. He stared at them, wondering how they're ever created, and marveled at Amaran's power. "My father Amaran, you are so fantastic. Just look at those heavens," he said out loud while taking in the sights. He finished his fruit, then got up and walked over to the river for a drink of water. He began looking for the piece of wood he used for drinking earlier that day, but couldn't find it as it was very dark along the shore. The light of the fire didn't quite reach, making it almost impossible to see much, but he stumbled along anyway, finding his way to the water. Kneeling down next to the river, he lowered his cupped hand into the cool water, fetching a drink. "This water is so good," he said after drinking a handful, as it was so refreshing and cool, soothing his dry mouth. After drinking a few more handfuls, he stood up, turning around facing the distant fire. He watched the dancing flames, wondering how Amaran ever created something so absolutely amazing. He found it totally fascinating how something so natural and beautiful could consume wood, turning it into coals and ash. Watching the process of wood being turned to ash made him think of the fly he saw earlier that day. It was at that moment he reflected upon his teachings and started understanding the decomposition process. The wood created the food for the predator, which was the flames, which devoured its prey, turning it into decomposed waste or ashes. Although he wasn't exactly right, his concept was indeed showing his thought process working. A difficult process to understand, but once grasped, it becomes easier to see. Suddenly the urge to urinate hit him and he scanned the dark garden, searching for a place to go. Looking a little to his right and spotting silhouettes of bushes, he began heading in their direction. After reaching the bushes, he relieved himself, then went back to the tree where he'd been sitting earlier. Sitting under the tree, he began once again staring at the stars, wondering why Amaran even created him. What was the ultimate goal and purpose for his very existence? Staring at the stars made him very tired, but glancing at the fire and noticing how the flames were dying down, he knew he'd better throw more fuel in. Rising to his weary feet, then grabbing a few big pieces of wood from the stack, he dragged them to the fire, then threw them in. Standing back, he watched as the flames swallowed the wood, turning the small blaze into a raging inferno. The fire ate the wood like a creature eating its prey, getting energy from its food, then growing stronger and bigger. Although he was beginning to understand the basics, he still didn't know much. It didn't dawn on him that the wood actually came from a tree, and that the tree had sprouted from a seed which had fed off the nutrients in the soil. He was totally naive to the cycle of nature surrounding him and how one thing lived off of another. Losing himself in his thoughts and deciding to sit, he rested against the tree, closing his eyes. He was against the tree, resting his body, when a strange feeling came about him, causing his eyes to open. Although he wasn't sure what the feeling was, he knew he felt different and seemed to remember feeling this way before. It was a feeling of something or someone watching him, like earlier in the day when Amaran walked up behind him at the river. Turning his head from side to side, he carefully scanned the shadows but saw nothing. Still feeling very uneasy but realizing it must have been his imagination playing tricks, he tried relaxing. With closed eyes, he laid still, listening to the sounds of the raging fire and distant river, which were managing to lull him to sleep. A few hours passed when Adam woke with the urge to urinate. Being half asleep, he stumbled to his feet, trying to find his way back over to the bush he used earlier. Reaching the bush, he started urinating with his eyes at half-mast. After urinating, then stumbling back to the resting tree, he noticed the fire was beginning to die down. After throwing more wood into the fire, he laid back against the tree watching the flames. Closing his eyes and listening to the fire, he began drifting off again. He was almost sound asleep when the feeling of being watched came about him again. He sat up against the tree with his eyes wide open, staring straight forward, but didn't see anything. He began turning his head side to side, carefully scanning the dark garden, but once again saw nothing. Suddenly, off to the left, he heard something in the bushes, causing his head to turn. "Who's there?" he yelled. He waited a moment, then he saw the silhouette of the bush move, causing him to jump to his feet. Now, wide awake and staring at the bush, he once again yelled, "Who's there?" The bush moved again, then taking a few steps closer, he asked, "Amaran, is that you?" The bush didn't move and there still was no answer, so taking a few steps closer, he once again yelled, "Tell me who's there." Looking down and seeing a burning stick in the fire, he grabbed it, using it as a torch. With the flaming stick in hand, he very slowly headed towards the bush. A feeling of fear engulfed him, as he wasn't sure if he should encroach upon whatever was inside. Curiosity got the best of him, causing him to move forward, approaching with caution. Reaching it, he pulled back a branch, looking inside, but saw nothing. Pushing the torch forward, shedding light on the subject, he could clearly see there was nothing inside. Wanting a better view, he pushed the branches back, walking inside. Once inside, he noticed that it was hollow and the branches were smashed to the ground as if something had been there before. Moving the torch around, examining everything, he realized that if anything had been there, it was now gone. Whatever the case, he was tired and he knew he'd better get some sleep. Exiting the bush, he headed back to the tree, placing the torch back into the fire. Once at the tree, he sat back down, trying to relax. Leaning back and closing his eyes, he tried falling asleep, then realizing the fire needed more wood, he got back up. After refueling the fire and standing there for a moment, he began staring back at the bush. He wondered if whatever had been in the bush maybe had run to the other side of it, so, once again picking up the torch, he headed back over to investigate. With torch in hand, he once again cautiously approached the bushes. While pulling the bushes back and pushing the torch forward, lighting the interior, hot glowing ambers shot off, landing on some dried leaves. Not noticing the burning hot ambers, he pressed forward towards an opening on the other side. Sticking his head through the other side, he began looking around for anything. Still not seeing anything, he stepped through, exiting to the other side, his foot landing a big hole, causing him to lose footing. He fell forward flat on his face, with the torch hitting the ground, almost going out, but he didn't get hurt. Scurrying around, he managed to kneel up, then reaching down, he felt what caused him to fall. There was a hole which was sort of round on the sides, about 3 to 4 inches deep and flat at the bottom. Not being able to see very well and moving his hand around in the dark, he felt indent ions along the bottom and edges. Lifting his head and looking around, he realized nothing was there, so he decided to go back to the tree. Rising to his feet, he turned around, being careful of the hole, then went back through the bush, exiting on the other side. Once on the other side, he turned around, looking back, noticing something glowing from the middle of the bush. The embers which had jumped from his torch were beginning to start a fire. He stepped back and watched, not knowing what to do, as the entire bush became ablaze. Not quite realizing what he'd done, he stepped back further and watched as the bush caught another bush. In a matter of moments more bushes were involved with the flames shooting up into the trees. Seeing the damage and how quickly the fire was spreading, he became scared and yelled out, "Amaran, quick help." He watched as yet even more bushes caught fire spreading onto other trees. Soon the massive blaze began heading out into the field. "Amaran, I need you," he yelled frantically. Not realizing the fire had crept around him, boxing him into the garden on three sides, he started walking backwards. Suddenly he felt the heat of the flames behind him, causing him to turn around. Seeing how huge the fire had grown, and realizing the danger of it all, he really started panicking. "Amaran, help me!" he screamed. Looking over at the river, and seeing no fire, he began running for the water. Reaching the bank, he took a dive, face first, not realizing how shallow it was. Slamming his jaw into the river rocks, he didn't even notice any pain, quickly rising to his feet. "Amaran, hurry," he yelled, "I'm in trouble." Walking in from the water, reaching the edge, he watched as the entire garden burned. Tree after tree, bush after bush, the blaze spread like cancer, destroying everything in its path heading out to the fields. Suddenly he heard a loud roaring like thunder, and from a hole in the flames, he saw huge animals running, trying to escape the fire. The herd of wild animals headed straight for him, so he crouched down to his knees trying to protect himself. A flood of water drenched him as the panicked animals ran past, through the river, to the other side. He thought for sure he'd be killed by the stampede, but they avoided him on their way to the other side. Animal after animal, wave after wave, he thought the deluge would never end, and finally it stopped. Rising to his feet, he turned and looking to the other side, he watched as the animals headed for the mountains. Turning around, facing the fire, he was completely terrified watching Amaran's creations burn up. "Amaran," he screamed, "please help me. I didn't mean to do it, I'm sorry, Father." Falling to his knees on the river bank, he began crying when he felt something touch his back. "Don't worry, my son," said Amaran standing behind him, "I've got it under control." Jumping to his feet and turning around seeing Amaran, he said, "I'm sorry, Father, forgive me. I didn't mean to do this to your creations." The two men stood at the edge of the inferno with bushes and trees burning in every direction. Amaran patted Adam on the head as the fire grew bigger and bigger, seemingly to spread out of sight. Reaching his other arm up to his mouth, Amaran spoke into his wristband and said, "Vax, put the fire out." In an instant, rain started falling, getting heavier and heavier by the second. In a matter of moments the sky opened up, letting out a downpour. It didn't take long, and eventually the fire stopped spreading as the flames in the trees began to die. Soon the trees stopped burning, then the bushes, then the grass. Adam watched in amazement as the rain fell all around them, finally putting out the blazing fire. "Father, how'd you do that?" he asked. Amaran, holding his hands out into the air, simply replied, "It's rain, Adam." Walking from the river's edge to a burned-up tree, Adam touched it, feeling the wetness. He looked at his hand in total amazement as it felt the same as the wet from the river. Holding his dripping hand out to Amaran, he said, "Father, it's water." "Yes it is," said Amaran, watching him feel the water in his hand. "It's water, and water puts out fire," he said. Adam looked around examining the garden, then asked, "But Father, what about the garden?" "What about it?" replied Amaran. Holding his hand out pointing at the burned up mess, Adam said, "It's ruined. I ruined the whole garden. I'm so sorry." Amaran shrugged his shoulders and said, "Adam, my son, you didn't know any better, but now you do." Adam was absolutely ashamed of what he caused and wondered if Amaran could ever forgive him. Everything his father worked so hard to create was gone in a matter of moments. Where would he get fruit from, and where would he ever find a place so beautiful again? He hung his head in shame, while witnessing his disaster, and begged for Amaran's forgiveness. "Father, I ruined everything," he cried, "I destroyed it all. I'm so sorry. Can you ever forgive me?" he asked. Putting his arm around him he said, "Adam, I forgive you because you didn't know what you were doing." Trying to explain how it happened he said, "Father, I was so scared. I heard a noise in the bush and I went to check it out, then the whole bush caught fire, then the whole garden." Dropping his head he started crying again and said, "It was awful." Raising his head long enough, catching another glimpse of the charred remains, he yelled, "I wrecked everything," then started crying again. Ignoring what he just said, Amaran looked around for a dry spot. Finding a small spot next to where the campfire used to be, he said, "Adam." With his head still down facing the ground he continued crying as he replied, "Yes, Father." Amaran pointed to the dry ground and said, "I want you to lay down here and go to sleep." Being so upset and not wanting to sleep, Adam said, "But, I couldn't, Father." He continued crying and added, "I'd never be able to sleep knowing what I did to all your hard work." Pointing back down to the ground and commanding like a master commands his dog, Amaran ordered, "Adam, lay down now." Noticing how serious he was, Adam immediately took his place on the ground. "Yes, Amaran, I'll lie here," he said, resting his head. Lifting his wristband to his mouth, Amaran said, "Vax, put him to sleep." In a matter of moments Adam was snoring like a baby. Looking around, examining the burned up mess and realizing what a disaster area it was, Amaran began shaking his head from side to side. Trees, bushes, and grass were charred and the ground sloshed from the flood of water used to put out the fire. The entire place was in a state beyond normal repair. Once again reaching his wristband to his mouth, he said, "Vax." Vax, responding through the wristband, asked, "Yes, Amaran." With his wristband still raised to his mouth he said, "Restore the garden." Vax responded and said, "Right away, Amaran." Suddenly the ground started shooting up new blades of grass as the trees and bushes turned from black to brown. Both the trees and bushes began growing new leaves, with the burned up ones vanishing into thin air. In a matter of moments the garden was back to its original state, just as beautiful as ever, with fruit everywhere. "Vax," said Amaran, "make a small controlled fire for Adam and dry out this place." Right after giving the command, the wood in the fire pit became fresh, igniting back to its original state. The stack of firewood, which was burned and drenched, immediately dried and was ready to be placed in the fire. Amaran took a look around, making sure everything was back to normal, then lifting his wrist back to his mouth said, "Vax, take me home." A white circle appeared hovering above the ground, then Amaran walked through, disappearing, leaving Adam sleeping. Adam slept throughout the rest of the night without waking once. The following morning, just about sunrise, Adam opened his eyes. He lay on the ground staring at the fire burning down to coals, then quickly sat up, looking around. Rubbing his eyes with his hands, he couldn't believe what he was seeing, as the garden was completely untouched. It was as if the fire never happened, and he wondered if he dreamt it. He rose to his feet, then walked to the bushes which ignited first. Pulling them back and looking inside, he couldn't believe what he was seeing, as everything was back to normal. Stepping back, he started scratching his head in bewilderment, wondering, maybe the fire never really happened. He walked back over to the campfire, sat down, then began staring at the glowing coals once again. Chapter 6. Tailless Amaran arrived in the morning, once again spending some time with him, walking through the fields, naming animals and trees. During their visit, Adam was really rather glad. Amaran never once mentioned the fire. Although glad, he wondered even more if it actually happened, but he wasn't going to bring it up if Amaran didn't. He thought that maybe it was a teaching dream showing him what not to do with fire. Whatever the case, he was still very confused by it all. It was late afternoon. Amaran left and Adam became hungry, so he headed to the river to get some fish. After catching some fish, then eating, he noticed nightfall approaching. With evening closing in and remembering what Amaran told him about being prepared, he went from tree to tree gathering fruit and wood. After stacking the wood, then throwing a few pieces onto the still glowing bed of coals, he watched as the fire began starting up again. It was soon dark and Adam, being tired from all the excitement, found his place beneath the tree. Leaning his head back and being absolutely exhausted, he closed his eyes and swiftly fell asleep. A few hours passed when he was awakened by a noise in the bush. "Who's there?" he yelled, opening his eyes and staring at the bush. He watched as the bush moved, then jumping to his feet and grabbing a torch he ran towards the movement. This time, being careful not to start a fire, he held the torch back while quickly pulling the bush apart. "I said, who's there?" he yelled, sticking his head inside the bush. Not seeing anything but, hearing loud thuds on the other side, he jumped through the bush. Being careful of not only the hole in the ground but also, not catching the bush ablaze, he made his way to the other side. Once on the other side he finally saw what had been watching him. "What the heck?" he said, raising his torch at a rather large beast, backing its way up against a tree. Pushing the torch closer, getting a better look, he yelled, "So you're the one who's been watching me?" The animal cowered itself away, pushing itself further against the tree. Being totally petrified by Adam holding his torch, it stood completely paralyzed, waiting to see if it'd be hurt. Noticing how scared the creature was, he backed off with the torch, then asked, "Are you afraid of me?" It didn't move as it watched in anticipation of Adam's next move. Realizing how petrified it really was, Adam backed away a bit, then said, "It's all right, I'm not going to hurt you." Examining the creature and seeing how beautiful it was, he said, "You sure a fine-looking animal. Just look at you. What a grand creature." The animal wasn't sure about Adam's intentions, so it didn't move while it was spoken to. Further examining it and noticing its tail was missing, Adam said, "You poor thing, something's happened to your tail." Reaching his hand out and taking a few steps closer, he said, "It's all right now, I'm just going to pet you." Bending the tree a little, the creature tried backing more. There, said Adam, touching the animal, starting to pet it. The gigantic animal didn't move and it became docile as Adam's hand stroked back and forth across its tough flesh. Falling into a hypnotic state, the animal let out a gentle groan of relief, realizing Adam wasn't going to hurt it. "Umph," cried the creature as its stump of a tail began wagging back and forth in rhythm of Adam's stroking hand. "You like that, do you?" asked Adam, watching its stump wiggle. "I sure do wonder what happened to your tail," he said, further examining it. The animal's head dropped down in comfort, relishing the attention it was getting. It remembered when it was young Amaran talking to it in the same fashion while eating grapes. Ever since the creature lost its mother, it'd been lonely, and now suddenly Adam was paying attention to it. "You've been watching me all this time, haven't you?" asked Adam while scratching its head. "Umph," replied the creature, responding to the way Adam scratched it. "Now that I know what's been watching me, I can finally get some sleep," said Adam as he stopped scratching the creature's head. Realizing Adam stopped, the animal lifted its head. "Well, good night, little guy," said Adam as he turned around, heading back to his resting tree. Making his way back through the bush, he sat back down under the tree, leaning his head back. Suddenly hearing loud thuds and looking up, he saw the beast coming through the bush following him. "I guess you didn't want me to stop petting you," said Adam with his head resting against the tree. Making its way over to Adam, the animal took a place standing next to him. Wanting Adam to pet it more, the creature reached his head out, nudging him. Noticing he wanted more affection, Adam said, "Well, you can stay there if you want, but I'm not petting you right now. I'm really tired, so I'm getting some rest." Still wanting more affection, he gave Adam another gentle nudge. "No, not now," cried Adam, "I'm going to sleep." The animal backed up a bit and watched as Adam fell asleep. The next morning Adam was awakened by gentle nudges as the creature still wanted to be petted. "Oh, come on, you crazy thing," cried Adam as he opened his eyes to the animal's face in his. Reaching his hand out and patting the animal on the head, Adam said, "There, have a little pet." Patting the creature on his head, Adam noticed his stump of a tail as it began wagging, so he said, "I should call you tailless because you don't have one." Hearing Adam's voice made the creature happier and he began wagging his short little tail frantically back and forth. That's funny, said Adam watching the stump go back and forth. Are you thirsty? He asked rising to his feet. Let's go get something to drink. Adam headed to the river with Tailless following close behind. Once reaching the river the two of them started drinking. Good stuff. Isn't it? Asked Adam. Tailless lifted his head from the stream and once again wagging his stump in response cried, "Humph." Letting out a laugh Adam asked, "Just what type of response is that?" Tailless with water dripping from his mouth looked towards Adam and cried, "Humph." "Ha, ha," laughed Adam seeing the funny expression on Tailless' face with water dripping from his mouth. Realizing the creature didn't know how to talk Adam said, "I guess it's the only response you know." Nudging Adam with his head Tailless wanted affection so he cried, "Humph." "No, not right now," said Adam, "let's get something to eat." Heading out of the river the creature followed Adam into the garden. Reaching up into a tree Adam picked a piece of fruit then started eating. He watched as Tailless reached his long neck high into the tree picking one of the largest ripest pieces of fruit. "Wow, that a great piece of fruit," said Adam noticing how large it was. The giant beast ate the fruit whole then reached its long neck back up into the tree picking another large piece. Realizing the immense size of the animal and its advantages Adam said, "Tailless, come over here." The dinosaur walked over to Adam then lowered his head for him to pet. "Tailless, here's the deal," said Adam, "I will pet you but you have to help me out." Tailless looked at Adam not understanding what he was saying then lowered his head back down for attention. Adam, reaching his hand out petting the top of Tailless' head said, "Okay, I'm going to climb on top of you and you're going to lift me high into the tree so I can pick some of the larger pieces of fruit." Tailless, seemingly understanding what Adam was saying kept his head down allowing access to his back. Grabbing Tailless by the neck Adam reached his leg over climbing on top of the gigantic beast. "All right Tailless, lift your head," said Adam as he secured himself on top of the gigantic creature's neck. Tailless listened to Adam and lifted his neck allowing him to slide down onto his body. Once on his body Adam gave a gentle nudge to the animal's side then said, "Tailless, take me to the fruit tree." Suddenly the giant creature started moving and Adam rode him over to the tree. "All right Tailless, stop right here," said Adam reaching the tree. The creature stopped right under the branches then Adam stood on top of him, reaching the highest pieces of fruit. "This is great," he said for the first time picking huge pieces of fruit. He sat back down on top of Tailless and began eating the fruit. "Very well done," said a voice from behind. Turning around and seeing Amaran standing there Adam said, "Father, this is Tailless." Walking up to the animal and petting it Amaran said, "We've met before but, I didn't know his name was Tailless." "I named him that this morning," said Adam. "Let me guess," said Amaran, "you named him that because he has no tail." "Yes Amaran, that's right," said Adam chewing into his fruit. "He helped me get this big piece of fruit." "I know, I saw that," said Amaran, "and pretty ingenious if I don't say so." Petting the creature he said, "I'm very glad the two of you got acquainted." "He's kind of a pest though," said Adam as he patted his side, "but, it's alright because he needs a friend." "And you'll be a good friend I'm sure," replied Amaran. Glancing around at his surroundings, checking things out he asked, "So Adam, do you need any help with anything today?" Taking another bite of his fruit Adam replied, "No Amaran, I think I've got things covered but, thanks." "No problem," said Amaran. Turning his head up towards the fruit tree Adam said, "Yeah, Tailless and I are getting all the good pieces of fruit." Letting out a laugh he turned towards Amaran but, he was already gone. "Oh well Tailless, looks like it's me and you today." Giving the animal a gentle kick in the side he said, "Come on Tailless, you can earn your pets by giving me a ride." Adam grabbed on tight to the creature's neck as they headed out into the field. The rest of the day was spent riding through the fields working on simple commands. Adam taught Tailless how to follow commands such as going forward, right, left and backing up. The animal was so grateful to have a companion that it eagerly learned its master's commands, and it was just a matter of time before it was doing all types of things. "Come on, Tailless, we have to get some firewood and fruit for the evening or it's going to get pretty dark," said Adam, directing the huge creature back into the garden. "I saw some dried out branches that would be great firewood high in a tree earlier, and you can help me get them down." Tailless walked in the direction where Adam led. "Humph!" screeched the large animal as it approached the tree. "Up there, Tailless, do you see those dried up branches?" asked Adam. Looking up in the direction Adam pointed, Tailless shouted, "Humph! Knock them down with your head," said Adam. Tailless stared up at the branches, unsure what Adam was asking, then let out another screech, "Humph! Go on, you can do it," commanded Adam as he tried directing the creature's neck upward. Suddenly, it was as if Tailless understood what Adam wanted. He slammed his head into the dried out branch, causing it to fall to the ground. "Humph!" screeched the creature, realizing it had completed the mission. "Great job, what a good boy," cried Adam as he patted the creature in gratitude for a job well done. Tailless started wagging his large stump back and forth, realizing what he did made Adam happy. The giant beast was actually learning and following commands, making Adam's jobs easier. "Come on, boy, let's go get some more wood," commanded Adam as he gave the creature gentle nudges in the side. The large creature walked a few more steps when Adam pulled back on his neck. "All right, stop here," said Adam, giving gentle tugs backwards on the animal's neck. Tailless stopped right under the branch that Adam wanted. "Good boy," rewarded Adam as the animal followed his command. Tapping Tailless on his neck, Adam said, "All right, Tailless, knock that dead branch down." Tailless reached his long neck up into the tree, slamming his head against the dead wood, knocking it loose from the tree. "Humph!" cried Tailless when the branch didn't fall the first time. "Go on, try again," said Adam, tapping the creature on the side of his neck. "You can do it." Tailless let out a loud sigh that he slammed his head into the wood again, this time knocking it down to the ground. "Humph!" screeched Tailless, realizing he was able to do the job. The large creature was actually enjoying working for Adam and was eager to move on to the next task. "Good boy, good boy," applauded Adam as he patted Tailless on the side as a reward for a job well done. Once again, realizing he was pleasing Adam, Tailless wagged his rather large stump back and forth. "Tailless, let's go get more wood and food for the evening," commanded Adam while giving gentle nudges in his side. Tailless carried Adam through the garden, pulling wood and fruit from the trees, and when they were done they drug it all back to the camp. Chapter 7. Weeks and months went by while Adam and Tailless continued developing a close relationship. They went about daily chores together, helping each other out, Tailless helping Adam get supplies while Adam helped Tailless with his pets. Amaran stopped in daily, checking up on the progress his creations were making. It pleased him very much seeing how well Adam was getting along with Tailless. However, he knew changes would soon take place in the garden. It was just a matter of time before nature took its course and Adam would be having other needs. One evening, while Adam and Tailless were sleeping, Amaran came to their camp. Amaran approached Adam while he was sleeping, then reaching his wrist to his mouth he said, "Vax, keep Adam asleep while I do what I need to do." Vax sent signals to Adam's implant, placing him in a deep sleep, then responded, "Amaran, he's sound asleep." "Thanks, Vax," said Amaran as he looked over at Tailless, who was watching. "Don't worry, Tailless, I'm not going to hurt him," he said. Tailless, realizing Amaran meant no harm, closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Using a device resembling a laser pointer, Amaran made an incision in Adam's side. After making his incision, he reached inside Adam and pulled up a piece of bone. Having the bone in one hand, Amaran pulled the wound together with his hands, and in a matter of moments it was completely healed, leaving only a scar. Holding the bone out in his hand, Amaran said, "Vax, take this bone inside the craft." "Yes, Amaran," said Vax as the bone disappeared from Amaran's hand. Using the device which resembled a laser pointer, Amaran pointed it towards Adam's side and began removing any evidence of a scar. In a matter of moments Adam's side looked as if nothing was ever done. Leaving Adam sleeping under the tree, Amaran said, "Vax, take me out of here." In a matter of seconds a bright light encompassed Amaran, removing him from the garden. The following day Adam awoke not realizing anything even happened to him. He and Tailless went about their daily chores as usual with no effects from the surgery. It was that afternoon when Adam and Tailless were in the river bathing when Adam realized he felt somehow different. Not being quite sure how he really felt, Adam said, "Tailless, you know what? I feel like there's something missing in my life." Tailless stopped drinking for a moment and stared back at Adam, who was up to his neck in the water, and cried, "Humph. Yeah, I know," replied Adam, "how can I expect you to understand?" Placing his face into the water then pulling it out, he continued, "You're only an animal." Tailless continued staring at him almost as if he understood. Then Adam said, "I mean, animals have other animals and I have nothing but you. Amaran comes and goes, where to I'll never really know, but I bet he has other people to talk to." Placing his face back in the water then throwing his hair back, he added, "I guess I'm just meant to be alone." Tailless stared intently as Adam went on by saying, "There's got to be more to life than just me." Tailless, sensing Adam's despair and placing his head on Adam's shoulder, cried, "Humph. It's all right, Tailless, I still love you," said Adam, patting him on the head. "I just wish there was someone else like me to talk to. You're a good companion, but for some reason I have this urge to do more and you're just not my type." Tailless pulled his head back once again, staring at Adam. "I mean, look at all the other animals," he said, "they mate and have other animals, but me, it's just me." Placing his hand in the water and scooping some up to his face then dropping it back down, he added, "Why did Amaran just create me?" It was early in the evening with Tailless and Amaran around a campfire when Amaran arrived. "Adam, Tailless, how are you two doing tonight?" asked Amaran. "Tailless is doing fine, but I don't know about me," replied Adam. "What's wrong with you?" asked Amaran. "I'm lonely," replied Adam. "I have nobody to talk to but Tailless, and not that he's not good company, but he can't talk back." "I think I might have something that's going to cheer you right up," said Amaran. "I don't think so," said Adam. Suddenly, from behind a bush, appeared the most beautiful woman. "Adam, I want you to meet Hava," said Amaran as the woman approached Adam. His jaw dropped in astonishment and he was speechless, as Adam had never seen a woman before. "I made her to keep you company and to help you out," said Amaran. "You're a he and she's a she, which I call woman," he continued. "You're man and she's woman." "She's beautiful," cried Adam as he gazed towards her. "You've made her for me?" he asked. "Yes, Adam, I made her for you, and I want the two of you to populate this planet like the animals did." Adam continued staring at her beauty and simply responded, "No problem, father." Hava, while staring back at Adam, asked, "You're Adam?" "Yes, I'm Adam, and the big guy over there is Tailless," replied Adam. "Tailless," she said, "he doesn't look much like you." "I hope not," said Adam. "Ha, ha. That would be pretty sick." "What does ha mean?" asked Hava. "Oh boy, I see this is going to be fun," replied Adam. "I'm leaving you two alone to get acquainted," said Amaran as he waved goodbye. The two of them didn't even notice him leave when Hava asked again, "What does ha mean?" Adam smiled as he replied, "Hava, when I ha, it means something was funny." "Do you think I'm funny?" she asked. "No, not you, but something you did or said is funny," he replied. "Oh, I see," said Hava, not fully understanding what he said. "Don't worry, Hava, you'll understand more and more as time goes on," said Adam, looking around the garden. "Hey, Amaran said we're supposed to be fruitful and multiply like the animals, do you want to do it?" he asked. A curious expression grew about Hava's face as she asked, What's do it mean? This really is going to be fun, replied Adam. Well Hava, he added, doing it is multiplying, and if you come over here I'll show you how it's done. Tailless watched as the two of them reproduced for the first time, and it didn't take long before they were finished. Hava, noticing nothing had happened yet, asked, so Adam, when are we going to multiply? Not knowing the answer he replied, I don't know, maybe we did something wrong. Do you think so? Asked Hava. I'm not sure, replied Adam. So how do we multiply? Asked Hava, still curious as to if they did something wrong. Well, replied Adam, I've seen the animals do the same thing and they have babies. I think it may take a while. Maybe we need to do it again, said Hava. Adam and Hava headed to the river. Then while swimming Adam answered and replied, no, I think what we did will work, as that's what the animals do. Adam, nothing's happened yet, said Hava while wringing the water out of her hair. Adam, lowering himself into the water up to his neck, said, Hava, come to think of it, I don't remember the animals multiplying right afterwards. I think it takes a little time. How long, Adam? How much time does it take? She asked. I'm not sure, he replied, maybe a couple of days or so. Actually you too, said a voice from behind them, it takes about 9 months. The two of them turned around and seeing Amaran standing there, Adam said, oh Amaran, you've startled me. Sorry about that, but I just wanted to let you know not to expect immediate results, said Amaran standing at the river's edge. Why does it take so long? Asked Adam. Amaran replied, because the woman has to conceive first, which might take some time, then the child can grow inside the womb. The growing process from a fetus to a child in humans takes approximately 9 months. How come it doesn't take the animals as long? Asked Adam. Actually it takes some animals longer, replied Amaran, and other animals less time. Hava, not liking what she heard, asked, 9 whole months? Yes, 9 whole months, replied Amaran, and that's if you give birth on time. Why, actually it might take you longer. That's ridiculous, cried Hava. Oh yeah, one more thing, Adam, yelled Amaran. What's that, father? He asked. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again, yelled Amaran. Right now, yelled Adam. No, not right now, replied Amaran, ha, ha, give me a chance to get out of here first. Well Hava, it looks like we've got our work cut out for us, said Adam. Hava, turning around and noticing Amaran was gone, said, he left. Adam, turning around and noticing the same, said, yep, he does that. Where did he go? She asked. Adam, pointing up to the sky, said, up there. Hava, looking up, asked, up there? Yes, replied Adam, Amaran lives up in the heavens and he comes back and forth visiting us. How does he get up there? She asked. I don't know, replied Adam, but make sure you don't ever eat any of the fruit from that tree over there. Hava, looking in the direction he was pointing, asked, the big tree with all the pretty red fruit? Yes, that tree, replied Adam. But why, it's so beautiful, she asked. Amaran warned me never to eat from that tree, so I never have, replied Adam. That's silly, said Hava, what's the difference between that tree and all the rest? I don't know, but don't eat from it, he warned. Being obstinate and still not seeing the harm with eating the forbidden fruit, she asked again, well, I don't know, why not? Adam, seeing her stubbornness and becoming very concerned, snapped and yelled, because father said so. Looking her straight in the face with stone-cold eyes, he warned, now don't do it. Realizing how serious Adam's mood became, Hava stopped arguing and replied, all right, I won't. Softening his tone a bit, he said, I'm sorry about yelling at you, but it's really important that we listen to Amaran. Being a little sullen with her face turned down towards the water, she asked, Adam, what is Amaran? Seeing her sadness, Adam used his hand lifting her face, then replied, Amaran is our creator. Now staring into Adam's eyes, she asked, is he God? You might say that, replied Adam, considering he created us and everything around us. I see, she said, so that means what he says is the rule. That's right, he agreed, so make sure to listen to him and don't ever eat from that tree. He began pointing out all the other fruit trees to her, then explained, we have all these other trees to eat from. Looking back at Hava, he said, we don't need to eat from the forbidden tree. I won't eat from it, she said, but, I still wonder why we can't. I really don't know, replied Adam, I never ask and simply stay away from it. Pointing over at Tailless standing at the river's edge, he added, Tailless eats from it, but, he's an animal and I guess it doesn't hurt him. So the fruit from that tree will hurt us, yes? She asked. Not being sure how to answer, he shrugged his shoulders and replied, I'm not sure, Hava, it might. Wanting to change the subject, he said, let me show you what fish taste like. Fish, she asked, what tree grows fish? Reaching down into the water, grabbing a fish, he held it out towards her, then replied, this is a fish. Examining the slimy creature in Adam's hand, she said, that thing looks disgusting. But it tastes great, said Adam, taking a bite out of it. Yuck, she said, watching him. With his mouth stuffed full of food, he said, the birds eat it and so do other animals. They do, she asked in astonishment. Yes, they do, he replied. It's delicious, here, have some, he said, handing the fish to her. Taking the fish from him, she said, oh, all right. She slowly raised the half-eaten fish to her mouth, then smelling it, she said, it smells kind of strange. Yet it does, but it tastes great. Bite into it, but, watch out for the bones, he warned. Biting into the fish and tasting it, she began chewing faster and faster. This isn't bad, she said with her mouth full of food. Shaking his head from side to side, he said, see, I told you so. After finishing the fish, he said, come on, let's go get some of the big pieces of fruit. Walking out of the water, the two of them headed towards Tailless. Tailless, my friend, said Adam, take us to the biggest pieces of fruit. The large dinosaur lowered his head for them to mount, then Adam instructed, go on, Hava, climb on him. Climb on him, she yelled, you're crazy. I'm not getting on that thing. He said, that thing, as you so called, has a name and his name is Tailless. She said, I don't care what his name is, I'm not getting on him. Now you listen here, Hava, instructed Adam as he was getting pretty annoyed with her attitude. Tailless has feelings like any other creature and right now you're hurting his. Patting Tailless on the side of his neck, he said, it's okay, boy, she didn't mean it. I most certainly did, she yelled, and I'm not getting on it. Turning his attention away from Tailless towards Hava, he said, you know, before you came it was just me and Tailless. So, she said, what's your point? Shaking his head in disbelief, he continued, my point, quite simply put, is Tailless is a wonderful creature and I have very strong feelings for him. He's kept me company for a long time and he's helped me do many things. You, on the other hand, just got here and quite frankly your attitude stinks. I beg your pardon. She yelled. Just shut up and listen, he yelled back. Not knowing how to respond, Hava shut her mouth long enough for Adam to explain. You've questioned me when I told you not to eat the forbidden fruit, he said, and you doubted me when I told you the fish was good. You've actually had the nerve to doubt what Amaran is, and in a very short period of time you managed to offend my best friend Tailless. Tailless lifted his head in agreement and screeched, humph. You see, he even agrees, said Adam, now. But, cried Hava. No buts, woman, just be quiet and listen. Ordered Adam, you will apologize to my friend, and if he decides to let you, you will climb on his back as I instructed and ride him. Staring back at her blank expression, he asked. Do you understand? But she started to say. No buts. He snapped, I asked if you understand. Waiting for a few moments with no reply he said, a simple yes or no will do. Realizing she had been rather rude and realizing that much of what Adam had been telling her was indeed true, she walked up to Tailless and said, Tailless, I'm very sorry for the way I acted. Leaning her head forward a bit and turning her voice into a whisper she asked, can you forgive me? Tailless started wagging his huge stump of a tail, then lifting his head into the air he shouted, Humph. He forgives you, said Adam. Adam, she said, I'm sorry about the way I've acted, it's just that I have so many questions as to why I'm here and what here is actually about. Everything's happening so fast and it all seems like a blur to me. I hope you can forgive my behavior. Yes Hava, you're forgiven, he said. Tapping Tailless' neck he said, big guy, let us on now. Tailless lowered his head allowing access, then Adam instructed, climb on Hava. Approaching Tailless' neck she asked, how do I get on him? Here, wrap your arms around his neck like this, he instructed, then pull yourself up and slid down onto his back. All right, I think I understand, she said while wrapping her arms around his neck. Giving her a little help from behind and pushing her up onto the beast he said, there you go. Once on his neck he said, now slide down onto his body. Adam, this isn't easy, she yelled as she started scooting down his neck to his body. Sure it is, he said watching her reach Tailless' body. Once securely on the body and realizing what she'd just done she said, I did it. All right Tailless, my turn, said Adam tapping him on his neck. The large creature lowered his head for Adam, then he climbed aboard also. All right big guy, let's go find the good fruit, said Adam giving gentle kicks to his side. Clutching onto Adam as tight as she could as the large animal began moving she screamed, ah, I'm going to fall. No you're not, said Adam, just hang on. With Hava hanging on for dear life Adam instructed, Tailless, go over to our favorite peach tree. Tailless, instinctively knowing where Adam was talking about, headed straight for the huge peach tree while screeching, Humph. Once reaching his destination the animal slowed right under a branch with the largest, ripest pieces of fruit. That's good boy, said Adam pulling back on his neck causing the animal to stop. Hava, who had her eyes closed the entire trip, realized they were no longer moving so she opened them. Realizing she was still on top of Tailless she said, I'm still here. I didn't fall. Ha, ha, laughed Adam, of course you are. We weren't going to let you get hurt. Leaning down and giving Tailless a big hug on his neck he asked, were we boy? Humph, cried the creature. All right, let's stand up, he said as he began rising to his feet, standing on Tailless' back reaching for the largest, ripest pieces of fruit. I can't, I'm afraid, cried Hava. If you don't stand, you can't get the biggest pieces of fruit, said Adam as he snatched one of them from the tree. But if I stand, I'll fall, she cried. You're not going to fall, now stand up, ordered Adam. No. You get the fruit for me, asked Hava, please. Whatever, said Adam grabbing a few more pieces of fruit letting them fall to the ground. You're such a sissy, he said. What's a sissy, she asked. Someone who's afraid of everything, he replied. There, that should do it, he said throwing the last of the fruit to the ground. Come on, let's get down and eat, instructed Adam as he began climbing off the beast. Once off the creature he picked up a piece of fruit and handed it to Tailless. Here you go boy, good job, he said as Tailless took the fruit from his hand. After helping Hava off Tailless he handed her a piece then instructed. Eat it, it's good. It's very soft, said Hava rolling the fruit in her hand feeling it. Don't feel it, he said grabbing a piece for himself, eat it, he instructed taking a bite out of his own piece he said, see, it's good. Raising the fruit to her mouth she took a bite then started chewing. This is delicious. she exclaimed, tasting the sweet juices of a peach for the first time. Chapter 8 The Cost of Privacy. A few weeks passed and Adam spent most of his time teaching Hava things needed to know in order to survive. Adam's devotion to Hava eventually began taking time away from Tailless. The couple seemed preoccupied with creating a family and getting to know each other, which didn't leave very much time for anything else. Amaran continued stopping in, checking on their progress, and assured the couple if they kept trying they'd eventually conceive children. "Should we try conceiving a child again?" asked Adam as he began caressing Hava's shoulders. Hava, stopping Adam and pulling his hands away, replied, "I feel so uncomfortable with Tailless always watching us." Wanting some privacy, she asked, "Doesn't he have any other friends or family to keep him company?" "You know, I don't know," replied Adam, "I've never given it any thought before." "He must have a mother or brother or something," she said. "It's not natural for him to be so attached to you." "Are you jealous?" he asked. "Of course not," she replied. "I just think it'd be nice if he had someone else to keep him company instead of us." "His mother's dead," said Amaran, approaching from behind. The two of them turned, looking towards Amaran. Then Adam asked, "What happened to her?" "Yes, how did she die?" asked Hava. Amaran, not wanting to tell them exactly what happened, replied, "It was a bad accident that left Tailless alone." "That's awful," cried Adam, "I never knew that." "That is terrible," agreed Hava. "Poor thing, can't you bring his mother back?" she asked. Amaran paused for a moment, then replied, "I could, but it's not the way I usually do things." "It sure would make things easier on us," said Hava, wanting her privacy. Amaran, knowing all that he knew, said, "Yes Hava, I understand where you're coming from. You want some alone time with Adam." "Tailless doesn't bother me at all," said Adam. "But Adam," she said, "I'm telling you that it bothers me a lot the way he watches us all the time." "Why?" he asked. "It hasn't stopped me from conceiving." "Yes Adam, but it might be stopping me," she said. Amaran stopped her by saying, "Adam, I'm going to see what I can do about finding Tailless something to do while the two of you procreate." "Amaran, that would be wonderful," said Hava. "I don't know why you're so concerned with Tailless," asked Adam. "He never bothers us and I like having him around." "I like Tailless too," she said, "but I feel uncomfortable with him watching us all the time." "Hava, I really don't think Tailless could care less about us conceiving," he said. "You're just jealous." Hava, getting frustrated with the direction of the conversation, cried, "Adam, I'm not jealous of Tailless. You're being ridiculous." Adam started getting mad and yelled, "I'm not ridiculous. You're jealous." "No Adam, you're ridiculous," she yelled. "No I'm not," he yelled, "you're jealous of Tailless." "Oh come on now Adam, how is it possible I could be jealous of an animal?" she asked. "Can an animal do the things for you that I do?" Adding a smart alecky comment, she yelled, "Or do they?" "What?" he cried, "come off it Hava. Now you're trying to say I'm conceiving with Tailless, that's just different." Hava started giggling a bit. He, "Well did you?" she asked. "Of course not," replied Adam, "now you're being ridiculous." "No I'm not," she yelled, "you're the ridiculous one." Tailless, getting a little tired of hearing all the bickering, walked a little ways off and started eating fruit from the trees. Adam, looking around and noticing Tailless gone, said, "Now look what you've done. You've chased Tailless off." "No, you did," she argued. "Whatever," he said. Turning his head, looking around for Tailless, he yelled, "Tailless, come here boy, we didn't mean it." "Tailless, I'm sorry," yelled Hava, "come back." The two of them stood there in silence for a moment, listening for the large creature, when suddenly they heard loud thudding sounds. "Oh, I'm so glad." "There he is," said Adam, pointing toward the large creature as he headed for the two. "I'm sorry Tailless," cried Hava. Come here, boy. The creature ran up to them and they both started petting him. Look, we shouldn't be fighting like that, said Adam. I agree, said Hava. Turning her head looking around she asked, where's Amaran? Looking from left to right Adam replied, I don't know, I guess he got tired of hearing us argue and left. Amaran, who was sitting in his vessel hovering above the garden, departed long before the argument even started. He had a plan that would enable Adam and Hava some privacy but, he didn't want to share it with them. He knew Tailless Mother had been killed by alien outcasts so he decided to correct a wrong that had taken place. Vax, said Amaran sitting in the pilot's chair, scan Tailless for his DNA and do a search for any match. Amaran, where would you like me to search? Asked Vax. Everywhere, replied Amaran, I want that animal's mother found. Just a moment, said Vax as it conducted a scan of not only the animal's DNA but, also began scanning the entire planet for any matching remains. Amaran, I've found a match on the other side of this planet. Good job, said Amaran, take me there at once. As soon as he gave the command the vessel began racing to the other side of the planet. Once reaching its destination Vax said, the DNA you've requested is on the surface below us. Vax asked, would you like me to let you out? Yes Vax, put me right next to the DNA, he said. The next moment Amaran was standing on the planet's surface right next to a stake in the ground. Those evil sick creatures, said Amaran as he examined Tailless Mother's head stuck on top of the stake. What a sick thing to do, he said while removing the skeleton remains from the alien's trophy. Holding Tailless Mother's head in his hands he said, Vax, get us out of here. Suddenly, in an instant, Amaran holding the head disappeared from the planet. It was early in the evening, the fire was going, and Adam, Hava, and Tailless were gathered around the flames. They had just finished eating some fish and were having a dessert of peaches when they heard loud thuds. What was that? Asked Hava. I don't know, replied Adam, Tailless is here. It's getting closer, cried Hava while clinging to Adam. Adam watched as Tailless became alert and lifted his head. What is it, boy? He asked. Staring at Tailless he noticed his tail wagging back and forth. You know what it is, don't you, boy? He asked. Adam, I'm scared, cried Hava as the thuds grew louder and louder. Humph, yelped Tailless. Tailless, what is it, boy? Asked Adam again. Suddenly, a huge creature twice the size of Tailless came ripping through the bushes and headed straight for them. As the gigantic creature approached Adam and Hava became scared but, Tailless seemed to grow excited. Look, it's Amaran, yelled Adam as he pointed to the man riding the huge creature. Humph, cried Tailless as he took off running towards the gigantic creature. Humph. He cried again as he approached. They know each other, said Hava as she watched the two creatures unite. They should, said Amaran, it's his mother. His mother, yelled Adam, you're kidding. I wouldn't kid about a thing like that, said Amaran as the huge creature put his neck down letting him off. It's wonderful, isn't it? Asked Amaran as they watched the mother and son reunite. Tailless Mother put her long neck over her baby pulling him closer to her. There's nothing like a mother's love, he said watching the strong affection they had for one another. A sad look grew about Hava's face. That's what a mother does with her baby, is it? She asked. Seeing the look of sadness on Hava's face Amaran said, don't worry Hava, you'll have your chance to feel that way soon. But Amaran, where did you find Tailless Mother? Asked Adam. Not wanting to tell him how it was done he replied, Adam, she was lost on the other side of the planet, I just helped her get back home. Wow, cried Adam, this is great, now Tailless has a family too. Later that evening, after all the excitement, Adam and Hava left Tailless and his mother alone to get reacquainted while they fell asleep on the grass by the campfire. Being very tired from all that went on, they were able to sleep all through the night until the next morning. Hava awoke first, to the morning sun. Then after sitting up she looked around. "Adam," she cried, shaking him, trying to wake him. "Wake up," she yelled. Adam, with his eyes opening very slowly, cried, "Hava, what? I'm tired. Let me get some more sleep." "No Adam, it's Tailless, he's gone. You've got to wake up," she yelled, shaking him some more. "What do you mean he's gone?" he asked while sitting up and rubbing his eyes. "Look," she replied, "him and his mother. They're gone." Looking around he said, "They probably went to get something to eat, they'll be back." She said, "But, he's always here when we wake up." "Maybe they're really hungry," he said, scratching his head wondering himself. "You know, I'm pretty hungry. Let's get some fruit for breakfast." Then I look around for them. Hava and Adam ran about the garden gathering fruit, then sitting back down they began eating breakfast. "You know," said Adam, "we really shouldn't be that worried about them, as I'm sure they're fine." "Yeah, you're probably right," agreed Hava, taking a bite of her fruit. "Look, what's that?" she asked, pointing up into the sky at a fast-moving object. "Is it?" "I don't know," replied Adam as he focused on the white streak shooting across the sky. Rising to his feet, getting a better look, he watched as the object began settling to the ground. "It looks like it's landing over beyond those trees. I'll check it out after we eat." Tailless and his mother were grazing in the trees when the large, glowing, metallic object settled down to the ground about 50 feet from them. Seeing the craft, the mother and son became scared and took off running. Two aliens stepped out of the craft and started firing shots at the two dinosaurs as they ran away. Two of the first 4 shots missed both the mother and son. Suddenly, Amaran's vessel appeared in the sky. "Vax, shoot those evil aliens," yelled Amaran as he hovered above the two. The two aliens, looking up and noticing Amaran's ship, turned around and started running back to their craft. While running they frantically began firing random shots at Amaran's vessel, but none of the shots did anything at all as his vessel was indestructible. 2 laser beams shot out of Amaran's vessel, hitting both aliens, causing one of them to fall forward, therefore losing his weapon. Freezing in position, the aliens began glowing, then vaporized into thin air, not leaving any trace except for the missing weapon, which landed in deep grass next to a big bush. "Good riddance to bad rubbish," said Amaran, seeing they were gone. "Amaran," said Vax, "here comes Adam and Hava, what do you want me to do?" "Cloak the vessel," ordered Amaran. "I don't want them to see it, and get rid of the alien craft at once." "Yes Amaran," said Vax as he sent a laser beam towards the alien craft, causing it to glow, then vaporizing too. It disappeared just seconds before Adam and Hava reached Tailless and his mother. "Oh boy, that was close, Tailless," said Adam, patting the beast on his side. "I'm sure glad you two are okay." "Yes, me too," cried Hava, "I'm glad you're not hurt." Wondering where the craft went, she asked, "What were those 2 beings and what was that thing they were in?" "I don't know," replied Adam, "something happened to them and that thing they were in." After thinking for a moment, Amaran replied, "Let me out next to them." Suddenly, a white light appeared right next to Adam and Hava, leaving off Amaran. "Amaran," cried Adam as he saw him appear, "look what's happened." "I saw," said Amaran, "those are the beings I told you about that come and go from this world. They hunt animals like Tailless and his mother as they use them for food." "Why?" asked Hava. "Because," replied Amaran, "that's what this universe is about. Predator hunts for prey. It's the way things were designed." "Oh, I see," replied Adam, "I'm glad they're gone and Tailless and his mother are okay." "Yes," agreed Hava, "let's go back to the camp." "That sounds like a very good idea," agreed Amaran, watching them leave. Chapter 9. The Forbidden Fruit. Weeks went by with Tailless and his mother being away. The emptiness Adam felt in his heart, longing and missing his best friend, seemed like it'd never go away. Day after day he waited for evening, only in hopes of falling asleep and waking up to see Tailless again. The sunrise of each morning only brought more sorrow, revealing the realization that his friend was gone for good. Hava was having a hard time dealing with her own demons and her frustrations, and feeling it was all her fault only worsened with time. Although Adam never said anything of the sort, she still felt that somehow, someway he blamed her for the two beasts leaving. She figured if she never came along, then the two of them, Adam and Tailless, would still be together. One evening, while sitting around a campfire, her curiosity got the best of her, so she approached the subject. "Adam," she asked, "do you blame me for what happened?" "What are you talking about?" he asked. "Tailless and his mother," she replied. "You know, leaving?" she asked. "Hava, of course I don't blame you," he replied. "Amaran told you that they had to leave." Leaning up against him, she went on and said, "But, for some reason I feel responsible for it all." Adam put his arm around her and said, "Hava, it's not your fault. You need to get over feeling it is." "I know you say that," she said, "but, I still feel that if I'd never come here you'd be better off." "That's not true," he said, "because, if you never came here I'd never have anyone to talk to." "That's sweet," she said, "but, I still feel I'm to blame. You told me I was jealous and maybe you were right." Adam, looking her in the face, said, "Hava, I care about you more than I care about Tailless," he added. "I'm just sad he's gone, but, it's not your fault and I'm glad you're here to keep me company. Before you came I used to be very lonely, even with Tailless around. Since you've arrived I no longer feel the loneliness." Hava, giving him a big hug, said, "Thank you, Adam." "For what?" he asked. "For saying the right thing," she replied. "Adam," she said, looking down at him with his head now in her lap, starting to fall asleep. "Yes, Hava," he asked, barely able to keep his eyes open from tiredness. "I love you," she replied while stroking his hair. "Me too, good night, Hava," he said just before he began snoring. "Night, Adam," she said as she watched him fall into a deep sleep. Hava stayed awake staring at the campfire while Adam slept with his head in her lap. She still had awful feelings about how Tailless left and still felt it was all her fault. She thought to herself that if only there was some way of bringing Tailless back, Adam would be so happy and all of his sadness would go away. At that very point, deep in heavy thought, she said quietly under her breath, "If only I could bring Tailless back, I would give anything to be able to do that. Adam would be so pleased and he would love me forever. I wish I had the knowledge to be able to do just that." In the bushes, a few feet from her, just within earshot of Hava, stood an alien listening in on her. He was a skinny little gray alien and looked just like the one who shot at Tailless and his mother. He'd been watching for many days but was unable to do anything to either Adam or Hava because they were protected. Hearing what Hava said gave the evil alien an idea. Not being able to get too close, because of their protection, the alien let out a sound. "Hey you," he whispered. Hava opened her eyes for a moment, then closing them again she tried falling back to sleep. "Hey," he quietly called again. Opening her eyes again she asked, "Who's there?" "It's me," replied the alien. Hava, opening her eyes all the way and examining the alien, she thought she was dreaming. Rubbing her eyes making sure she was awake, she asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the Morning Star and I'm here to help you," replied the alien as he kept Adam sound asleep. "The Morning Star," she asked, "what do you want?" Becoming scared she said, "You're evil, you tried to kill Tailless, stay away from me." "I'm not evil," replied the alien, "Amaran's a liar and he doesn't like me because I'm smarter than him." "You're not smarter than Amaran," said Hava. "Yes," said the alien, "I'm not only smarter but, I'm also nicer." "You're a liar," said Hava. "All right then," said the alien, "if Amaran's nicer than me then why didn't he bring back your friend Tailless to stay with you guys?" "I don't know," she replied. "Why didn't he?" she asked. "Because he's mean," said the alien. "He doesn't want you to be happy and he doesn't want Adam to be happy and that's why he didn't bring back Tailless," He wanted you both unhappy. That's not true, said Hava, he wants us to be happy. No, said the alien, you're only fooling yourself, because if he wanted you to be happy he'd bring back Tailless and he'd give you more help than he does. Amaran doesn't want you to have the knowledge he does, that's why he keeps you here on this planet when he goes home. What do you mean? She asked. Moving a little closer he asked, do you want to make Adam happy? Yes, replied Hava. I'd do anything to make Adam happy. Okay then, he said, bringing back Tailless would make Adam happy, right? He asked. Of course bringing back Tailless would make Adam happy, she replied, but, I can't. I don't know how. That's because Amaran doesn't want you to know how, he said. All you have to do is to eat from the forbidden fruit tree, then you'll know how. Eat from the forbidden fruit tree, she cried, I can't, it's forbidden and I'll die. You won't die, he said, you'll only get smart like Amaran, and Amaran doesn't want you to be as smart as him. If you eat the fruit from the forbidden tree you'll have the same knowledge Amaran has and you'll be able to bring back Tailless. You do want to bring back Tailless, don't you? He asked. Giving it a little thought, Hava replied, of course I do, but... No buts, said the alien, if you want to bring back Tailless you'll eat the forbidden fruit, if you don't then you won't, the decision's up to you. Becoming a little worried she asked, what will Amaran say? Listen here little girl, I'm not going to play games like Amaran does, eat the fruit or not, replied the alien right before he vanished. Hava sat there for a moment reflecting on what just happened. She wondered if the alien was telling the truth and wondered if the fruit would hurt her. On one hand she wanted to make Adam happy by bringing back Tailless, and on the other hand she didn't want to upset Amaran. What if the alien being was right all along and Amaran was tricking her, making her and Adam believe that the forbidden fruit would kill them? She had watched animals in the past eat fruit from the forbidden tree and nothing happened to them, so it must be safe. Gently placing Adam's head on the grass, being careful not to wake him, she made up her mind to try the fruit, so she headed to the forbidden fruit tree. After approaching the tree, she stood under it for a few moments examining the fruit. It was so beautiful and she didn't see any harm in tasting it. Besides, what if it did give her the knowledge needed to bring back Tailless? Reaching up she grabbed the closest piece of fruit to her. Lowering the fruit to her mouth, she opened it, taking a big bite. She started chewing it and it tasted delicious. Bite after bite she devoured the fruit, then reaching up she grabbed another piece to bring back to Adam. After running back to where Adam was sleeping, she looked down at him and said, Adam, wake up, I've got something to show you. Adam, half asleep but, rolling over on his other side, said, Hava, not now. It's late and I'm sleeping. Adam. You must, she said, wake up now. It's really important. Rolling back over, opening his eyes and facing her, he said, I sure hope so. Opening his eyes even more and seeing her holding a piece of forbidden fruit, he quickly jumped to his feet and cried, Hava. The forbidden fruit. Put it down at once. Adam, no, it's all right, she said, moving the hand holding the fruit closer to him, you won't die. Taking a few steps backwards he yelled, get rid of it, Hava, Amaran told us never to touch it. You picked it up off the ground under the tree, didn't you? He asked. No Adam, I picked it, she replied, then I ate a piece and it was wonderful. It makes you smarter, she said. No, you're wrong, he said, Amaran said it will kill you. No Adam, Amaran was wrong, she said, I ate it and I didn't die. Quick, eat it and we'll soon be able to bring back Tailless and his mother. Bring back Tailless and his mother. They're gone, he said. Yes, she explained, but, the morning star said Amaran wasn't telling us the truth, and he told me that if we ate the fruit we'd be as smart as Amaran and we could bring back Tailless and his mother. The morning star, he yelled, who is that? He's one of the beings that shot at Tailless and his mother, replied Hava. Amaran told us they were evil and wanted to kill Tailless and his mother for food, cried Adam. No, Amaran was wrong about that too, she said. I've talked to the Morning Star and he's not evil, actually he's very nice. Nice, he yelled, how could you say such a thing? He tried to kill and eat Tailless and his mother. Sensing Adam was getting very angry, Hava said, Adam, please calm down. I'm telling you, the Morning Star isn't only nice but, he's very honest. He told me that Amaran could bring back Tailless and his mother but, he wouldn't because he's really very mean. He told me if we ate the fruit from Amaran's so-called forbidden fruit tree we'd be able to bring back both Tailless and his mother. She asked, does that sound like someone who's mean to you? Adam asked, he said we could bring back Tailless and his mother if we ate the fruit. Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you, replied Hava. All we have to do is eat the forbidden fruit, then we'll be as smart as Amaran and we'll have the power to bring back Tailless and his mother back to us. You've already eaten a piece, he asked. She replied, yes, I did. You didn't die but, do you feel any smarter, he asked. Actually, I feel a little different, she answered, I guess you could call it feeling smarter. Looking at the piece of fruit in her hand he said, give it to me. Handing Adam the piece of fruit he began eating it, then said, it sure tastes pretty good. You know, actually it tastes really good. I thought so too, she said, and I don't appreciate the way Amaran kept the fruit and knowledge from us. Yeah, that doesn't seem very fair, said Adam as he finished his last bite. You know, you're right, I do feel a little different. Let's go find Tailless right now, I want to bring him back. But it is too dark, said Hava, we'll get lost. No we won't, said Adam, I know the area like the back of my hand, we won't get lost. Come on Hava, let's go, he instructed as he began leading the way. Go slower, she cried, I can't see a thing and I don't know the way. Here, take my hand, said Adam reaching out and grabbing hers, pulling her along. Although he couldn't see too well either, he continued on as the urge to bring back Tailless outweighed the need to see where he was going. After walking a while, when they reached the spot where Tailless and his mother were last seen. They should be right here, said Adam searching the area. Keep looking as they must be around, cried Adam. Hava frantically scoured the entire area and not finding them she yelled, Adam, I'm telling you, they're not here. I know this is the spot, he said also scouring the area, they've got to be here. But where, she asked, we've looked everywhere and I'm really starting to feel very strange. The coldness, which they had never felt before, was starting to overcome both of them. What's wrong with me? Asked Adam as he clutched himself tighter trying to warm up. The temperature is dropping fast, I'm freezing, cried Adam. I don't know, replied Hava, there's something wrong with me too, I've never felt this way before, she said as the cold started consuming her. I think we're lost, she said looking around at the dark surroundings. We're not lost, he yelled leading her further into the darkness. Adam, where are you going? She asked as he pulled her along. Over here, he replied as he headed towards a cave, let's go in here and rest until daylight. But why don't we just go back to the camp? She asked wondering why he was heading into a cave. Not wanting to tell her that he was indeed lost he said, this is better, we'll find Tailless in the morning then go back to the camp. Once inside the cave they didn't warm up at all and to the contrary, they grew even colder sitting on the hard rocks. While trying to fall asleep Hava felt something crawling through her hair. Ah! She screamed while trying to shake whatever it was loose from her head. What's wrong? Yelled Adam. Adam, there's something in my hair, she yelled. Reaching up and touching the top of her head Adam said, I don't feel anything. I'm telling you there's something there, cried Hava. Moving his hand around a little more he was finally able to feel something. Hold still Hava, I think I've got it, he said grabbing onto whatever it was. Ouch, it's hurting me, she cried as he tried lifting it out of her hair. Not being able to see at all, he grabbed it very tight and pulled it from her hair. Holding whatever it was in his hand, he yelled, "Ouch, it's biting me." Letting loose of the creature, it began flying around in the cave, stirring up hundreds of others just like it. In a matter of moments the cave was infested with thousands of flying bats, and they swarmed all over the place while biting both Adam and Hava. "Ah!" screamed Hava, "what are they?" she yelled. "I don't know," yelled Adam as he took her by the hand, heading out the cave entrance. "Let's get out of here." "Ah!" she screamed again, "Adam, they're biting me." The two of them ran out of the cave back into the cold, dark night. Once outside, they moved clear of the entrance and found themselves bitten up and freezing. "What were those things?" asked Hava as she threw her hair about, making sure they were all gone. "I don't know," replied Adam, "but they sure can bite." "Now what?" she asked. "I guess we'll head back to camp," replied Adam as he took her by the hand and started heading in the direction of camp. Right before they exited the grove of trees, Adam stopped for a moment, then said, "Be quiet." "What is it?" she asked, clutching onto his hand. "I don't know," he replied, "be quiet for a moment." Suddenly they heard something calling. "Hey, you two," whispered the alien. "It's the Morning Star," cried Hava, "he'll help us." "The Morning Star?" asked Adam, "where?" "Over there," replied Hava, pointing on the other side of the rock. The reflection of the moon was just bright enough to light up the alien as his head rose above the rock. "Hey," said the alien again, "you fools, my plan worked and you ate the forbidden fruit." "Ha, ha," laughed the alien. "You're both idiots and now you're under my power." "Wait," yelled Hava, "Morning Star, you told me you were nicer than Amaran." "Yes," he said, "I did, and you were just dumb enough to believe it, and now your lives will be hell." "Ha, ha," he laughed again, "you stupid little girl. You've fallen into my trap. No more free ride for you too." Adam moved his foot around the ground, feeling for anything, when suddenly he felt a huge boulder. "But why would you do this to us?" he asked while slowly bending down and picking up the large boulder. "Because you're here and I can, that's why," yelled the alien. "You bastard, go to hell," yelled Adam as he threw the boulder at the alien. "Yes, and I'm taking you with me," yelled the alien as he disappeared into the darkness, laughing, "Ha, ha, 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 you idiots." "I warned you, Hava," said Adam, "but no, you just had to eat the forbidden fruit." "But Adam," cried Hava, "you ate it too." "Yeah, I know," he said, "but you tricked me into eating it." "I didn't trick you," she said, "you ate it on your own. You knew it was forbidden and you ate it because you wanted to bring back Tailless. It was your own desires that caused you to eat the fruit, not mine." "Yeah," he said, "and it was your desires that caused you to listen to the Morning Star and pick it." "You're right," she said, "it was my desire to make you happy, causing me to pick the fruit. I didn't do it for myself but for you." Thinking a moment about what she said, he replied, "You're right. I ate the fruit out of selfish desires and you ate it for unselfish reasons." Scratching his head in wonder, he said, "I guess I should be thanking you instead of scolding you." "I wouldn't go that far," said Hava, "but realizing that we both did something wrong would only be fair." "I guess so," he said, "now come on, let's get back to camp." Grabbing her by the hand, he started leading the way through the darkness. The two of them walked and walked, for what seemed like hours, and when they didn't reach camp they became concerned they might be lost. "Adam," she asked, "where are we?" "I don't know," he replied, looking around at the darkness. "Camp should have been a ways back, but when we didn't reach it I figured it was just a little further." Looking around trying to see anything familiar, he said, "Hava, I think we're really lost." "Oh, this is just great," she said, sitting down on the ground resting her feet. "We've been walking and walking and you have no idea where we're heading." "That's just wonderful." I thought for sure we were heading towards camp, he said sitting down beside her. Let's sleep here and we'll wait till morning to find our way back. The two of them sat on the ground resting back to back shivering from the cold trying to get some sleep. Chapter 10 Banished Adam and Hava spent most of the night shivering from the cold finally falling asleep only to be awakened by the vengeance of the morning sun. The sweat running down Adam's back along with the searing heat of the sun caused his eyes to open. Hava, feeling the same as Adam, woke to a very uncomfortable morning also. What the heck? I feel like I'm on fire, cried Adam as he rose to his feet under the hot morning heat. Yes, me too, said Hava. Why is it so hot? She asked. I don't have a clue, replied Adam focusing on the river a few paces away. Let's go cool off and get something to eat, he said heading towards the bank. Sounds good to me, she said following him. Reaching the water the two of them didn't waste any time going in and before they knew it they were waist deep. Man, this water hurts, cried Adam feeling the cold. I know it's never felt like this before, exclaimed Hava as she started shivering again. Let's hurry up and get some fish so we can get out, said Adam reaching out towards a large one swimming right in front of him. I agree with that, she said as she reached out for a fish too. That's strange, he said as the fish shot away from him, that's never happened before. Trying to catch her fish she said, that is very odd, as her fish swam away too. Reaching back out Adam tried catching another fish and as that one swam away he yelled, what the heck's going on? I don't know, replied Hava trying for another one but, not able to catch it. I'll tell you what's going on, yelled a voice from behind, you ate the forbidden fruit. Both Adam and Hava turned around seeing Amram standing there at the river's bank. No we didn't, yelled Adam as he ducked down lower into the water. Adam, yelled Amram, you're lying to me. No Amram, he's not lying, cried Hava ducking down further under the water trying to hide too. Huh, said Amram, I know now both of you are lying to me. Why do you say that? Asked Adam. First of all because you're trying to hide from me under the water, replied Amram, and second of all because your implants aren't functioning anymore. Implants, what are you talking about? Asked Adam. You both had implants in your head which protected you, replied Amram, now, they're not working because you ate the forbidden fruit. I still don't understand, said Adam. Amram explained and said, I gave you 2 implants which made your life here on Terra easier. I told you not to eat the forbidden fruit because it had a molecular compound, which if ingested, would destroy your implants. You two disobeyed my commands and ate the forbidden fruit which in turn destroyed your implants. Oh, I see, said Adam still under the water. Why don't you just give us new implants then? He asked not realizing how badly they screwed up. You want me to give you new implants huh? Replied Amram, I don't think so Adam. You two disobeyed me and ate the fruit and now you're going to suffer the consequences. The morning star told us to do it, yelled Hava. He said we'd be able to bring back Tailless if we ate the fruit and he told us you were lying to us. Well, that was your big mistake, yelled Amram. What mistake is that? Asked Hava. Listening to the morning star, yelled Amram. That was a pretty stupid thing to do. Amram, we're very sorry we didn't listen, yelled Adam moving closer to the shore. Sorry isn't the half of what you're going to be, said Amram. Both of you fools had it made as I gave you everything. You had food and water, each other and you never felt hot, cold, or sick and were never threatened by any animals. Shaking his head from side to side in disbelief of their ignorance he continued, from now on you're going to work for your food, you're going to feel pain, suffering, hunger, shame, cold, heat and you'll have to hide from the animals fearing they're going to eat you. But Amram, why? Asked Adam not fully understanding what was going on. Amram replied, because I want you to earn my help and for not listening to me about what I told you from the beginning about not eating the forbidden fruit. You didn't listen to me and directly disobeyed, for which there will be consequences. Hava leaned over, whispering into Adam's ear, and said, I told you he was mean. Hava, I heard that, said Amran, and because it was you who didn't listen in the first place, you're going to be the one who suffers great pain during childbirth. I can't suffer, yelled Hava, I'm not even conceived yet. You have now, yelled Amran. Goodbye, he said as a bright light encircled him, taking him back to his ship. Boy, he's pissed off, said Adam, walking out of the water, now standing on the river bank. So what, said Hava, I'm pissed off at him too for not telling us the truth about us having implants. He has a lot of nerve keeping that a secret from us. Hava, he created us, said Adam, he can do whatever he wants to. Like what? She yelled. Like treat us like garbage for eating his stinking forbidden fruit. I don't care what you say, Adam, that man has a lot of guts. Hava, said Adam, I wish you'd reconsider your position towards Amran. Why, she asked, does he reconsider his position regarding us? Did he offer to give us new implants? No, he didn't, Adam. Adam asked, come on girl, don't you even realize that he could kill us if he wanted? Then why doesn't he? She asked. Because he probably loves us like we do each other, explained Adam. That sure is a strange way of showing love, she said. I wouldn't try making your life hard just because you did something I didn't want you to. Yeah, I know, but we're not Amran, replied Adam. Let's head back to camp and find some fruit to pick. The two of them headed off, backtracking their way toward the direction they thought camp was. They walked and walked, finally winding up back at the cave they left in the first place. This is odd, said Adam. Where is camp? I don't know, cried Hava, but this is the same place we were last night. I know, said Adam, we've been walking in circles all day and never reached camp. Yeah, I know, and where are all the fruit trees? She asked, examining her surroundings. I don't know, he replied, there were a bunch of them along the way the last time we came here when and saw Tailless being shot at. I suppose this is another sick joke of Amran's, said Hava, taking away the fruit trees because we disobeyed his commands. Adam, examining the entire area, said, it is very peculiar that none of these trees have any fruit in them. Adam, I told you he was sick and mean, said Hava. I can't believe he's so childish as to take away our fruit. Wait a second, Hava, look up there, he said, pointing high in the tree at 2 pieces of fruit. Up where? She asked, not seeing anything. Up there, said Adam, still pointing. There are 2 pieces of fruit up in those branches. Come on, Adam, she said, what the hell are 2 pieces of fruit going to do for us? Hava, are you hungry? He asked. Of course I'm hungry, she replied. Well then, he said, I'm going to climb up there and get us something to eat. Looking up into the tree, she warned, it's pretty high up, you might get hurt. Adam, who was already shimming up the tree trunk, said, I'm not going to get hurt. Adam, be careful, said Hava as she watched him climb higher and higher. In a matter of moments he was at the branch where the 2 pieces of fruit rested. Climbing a little further out on the branch and reaching for the fruit, he said, I've just about got it. Snap went the branch, bringing Adam and the fruit tumbling to the ground. Adam! Adam! Screamed Hava, are you all right? She cried, heading over to him lying on the ground. On my leg, screamed Adam, there's something wrong with it? It really hurts. Ah! Adam, what can I do to help you? Asked Hava, not knowing what to do. Just a moment, let me see if I can walk on it, he replied as he tried standing up. Ouch! It hurts, he cried as he put his weight on it. Hava, there's something wrong with my leg. Oh, you poor dear, cried Hava, trying to help him. Amran did this to you. Hava, Amran didn't do this to me, he said while trying to walk on his leg, I did it to myself falling out of the tree. Thinking there was something deeper to it all than just falling out of a tree, Hava said, Adam, I think Amaran had something to do with it. No, he didn't, he cried, hobbling back and forth. It hurts, but at least I can still walk on it. Looking down on the ground, Hava said, 2 measly pieces of fruit. Back in the garden we had trees full. While limping back and forth, Adam spotted something metallic shining through the grass, over by a bush. What's that? He asked while heading towards it. What's what? She asked, watching him head to the bushes. I don't know, but there's something shiny over there and I'm going to check it out, he said, approaching the bush. Bending down and getting a closer look at the object, he said, I wonder what it is. Hava walked over, standing right next to him, then examining the object, she said, I don't have a clue. I've never seen anything like it. Watching Adam as he bent over to pick it up, she warned, be careful. Oh, don't worry, I will, he said as he picked it up with his hand. What is this thing? He asked, holding it out in front of him. Realizing it had hand grips at the base, he grasped it in his right hand. Well, it looks like this is how you hold it, he said, pointing it towards a tree. Adam, I don't know, I've got a bad feeling about this, said Hava, watching him aim it towards the tree. Oh, relax, Hava, it's not going to hurt anything, he said, putting his finger on the trigger. He asked, I wonder what this does, as he squeezed the trigger with his finger. The device vibrated a bit in his hand just before making a loud popping noise. Buzz went the gun, shooting out a bright red laser beam, striking the tree and splitting it in two. Ah! Screamed Hava, being petrified of the object and what it just did. Adam, put it down, she yelled. Whoa! Wait a moment, he said, examining the gun further. Where did this thing come from? I don't know, but I don't like it, said Hava. Taking careful aim at another tree, Adam pulled the trigger again. Buzz went the laser gun again, this time taking off the top of the tree. Hava, this thing is something else, I'm keeping it, he said, further examining it. Adam, I wish you wouldn't, that thing scares me, she said, watching him examine the gun. Hava, it may come in handy, he said, I wonder where it came from. Hava, being pretty disgusted with Amaran, replied, it probably came from Amaran, as that seems like the type of destructive thing he'd have. Maybe, he said, taking aim at a rock on the side of the hill. This time he fired a long bursting laser beam and the gun went, buzz, blowing the rock to pieces. Hava, did you see that? He asked, that was something. You might say that, she said, seeing the damage it did to the rock. Almost forgetting about the pain in his leg, he started walking, then began hobbling towards the cave as he said, Hava, I've got an idea. What's that? She asked, beginning to follow him, then pausing at the cave entrance. You're not going in there, are you? She asked, remembering the bats and how they're attacked. I'm cleaning it out for us, he said, ducking down while hobbling through the small opening. Adam, be careful in there, she cried, watching him disappear inside. Once inside, he stood at the doorway, raising the laser pistol, aiming for the cave ceiling. Squeezing on the trigger, he said, take this, you bastards. Buzz, went the gun as it began shooting beams of light across the top of the cave, vaporizing every bat it hit. Skimming the laser beam across the entire top of the cave, he said, yes, as by the hundreds, bats disappeared. Hey Hava, yelled Adam, I think this is the same thing those beings used when shooting at Tailless, they must have dropped it. I don't know, I still don't like it, cried Hava, worried about it being misused. Looking at the dead bats on the ground, he yelled, I bet if we built a fire we could cook up some of these creatures to eat. They look disgusting, yelled Hava. Yeah, but they're food and I don't see any fish coming to us right now, yelled Adam. Hava, standing just outside the cave and hearing the laser blasts, yelled, Adam, what are you doing? Still not hearing anything but the long laser bursts, she stepped back a bit. A few moments later, Adam hobbled out of the cave with gun in hand and said, Hava, now have a new home. I'm not living in there with those creatures, she said, backing up even further. You're crazy. Hava, he said, there are no more creatures in there, come take a look. No, I'm not going in there, she cried. Just give me your hand and come with me, he said, guiding her into their new home. It's dark in here, she said, entering the cave. We'll need to lighten up the place a bit, said Adam, pointing the laser at the side of the cave wall. Squeezing the trigger, the gun went buzz as it fired directly at the cave wall, exploding the rock away. In a matter of moments there was a huge hole in the side wall, and as the smoke disappeared it began letting in the daylight. That's not bad, said Hava as the smoke cleared and she was finally able to see the inside. Where'd all those creatures go? She asked. Holding the laser pistol up to his mouth, he said, I blasted them into thin air and the ones on the ground are our meal. You know, we probably could live in here, she said, looking around at the place. What about a fire? How could we have a fire? She asked. There's no place for the smoke to go and we wouldn't be able to breathe. Pulling Hava to the side of the cave, Adam said, all in due time, my dear, all in due time. Pointing the laser straight up at the cave ceiling, he pulled the trigger, shooting a beam. Buzz went the laser as it blasted a huge hole in the center of the ceiling, letting more light through. Once there was a hole in the ceiling of the cave, the air quickly passed through the side window and went up through the ceiling. They both watched as the smoke from the laser gun quickly escaped through the new ceiling vent. And now, my dear, there goes the smoke, said Adam, holding his pistol to his lips, kissing it again. With the light shining in from not only the side but also the roof, the cave was becoming a very bright place, and Hava could definitely see potential. You know, I think I could fix this place up, she said, walking around like a prospective buyer. Yes, this will be a good place for our baby when it comes. We need firewood, said Adam. I'll get some while you clean up the inside of our new home. Adam ventured outside for wood while Hava cleaned up the inside of the cave. Realizing the potential of his new toy, he was able to gather wood very quickly as he used the laser to cut off branches he wanted. After gathering wood, he hobbled about looking for fruit trees. Although scarce, he did manage to find a few trees which still had fruit. Using the laser, he cut off a few branches containing what he thought to be good-looking pieces of fruit, then drug it all back to the cave. Once back at the cave, he and Hava stacked the firewood inside, then placed the fruit in a pile. After piling some wood in the center of the cave, directly under the hole in the ceiling, they started a fire using the laser pistol. Hava placed all the leaves in a pile on the floor, making a bed for them to sleep on. Who needs Amaran? Said Hava, leaning back against a rock inside the cave while eating a fresh piece of fruit. You know, Hava, said Adam, I'm going to miss not seeing Amaran anymore. Not me, she said, taking another bite from her fruit. He was mean, controlling and vengeful. Not really, said Adam, he gave you to me. Hava stopped chewing for a moment, relishing Adam's words, then said, You're right. He did give us each other. Feeling her belly, where her new baby was developing, she threw her uneaten piece of fruit into the fire, then said, You know, Adam, I'm really tired. I'm going to try getting some sleep. Good night, Hava, said Adam. Good night, Adam, said Hava, rolling over trying to fall asleep while thinking about what he said. Chapter 11. Surviving. Early in the morning, while Adam was still asleep, Hava was awakened by a white light which shone through the cave window. Lifting her head off his chest, she turned her head, focusing on the light shining through the window. Wondering what the light was, she turned back towards Adam and shook him, trying to wake him. Adam, wake up, she said in a soft voice while tugging on his arm. He continued snoring, so she tugged on his arm again and spoke even louder. Adam, wake up, she said, but it was no use as he was sound asleep and nothing was going to wake him. Leaving Adam asleep, she rose to her feet and headed to the cave window. Looking out the window was no use as the light was coming from the front of the cave and she wasn't able to see anything. Not wanting to make any noise, she very quietly moved to the cave entrance. Looking down at Adam still asleep on the ground, she walked through the cave entrance just far enough, sticking her head outside. Being very careful not to be spotted, she kept her body hidden inside while viewing what was going on. About 100 feet away was a very large, glowing, metallic object which hovered just above the ground. Being very frightened, she ducked further inside the cave and watched as two alien beings darted about the area. They were gray, very skinny with large heads and large black eyes. They were dressed in some sort of black garments and they were very odd looking, standing about 4.5 feet tall. They looked just like the aliens who tried to kill Tailless and his mother. Running back inside the cave, Hava began shaking Adam very hard as she said, "Adam, wake up now." Rolling over and seeing Hava, Adam cried, "What now, Hava?" "Shush," whispered Hava, "they'll hear us." "Who'll hear us?" he asked, sitting up. "The things outside the cave," she explained. "Get up now." Adam, now noticing the light shining through the window, quickly rose to his feet. Grabbing his gun, he hobbled over to the cave entrance and asked, "Is there somebody out there?" "Shush," she replied. "Yes, there's somebody out there." Approaching the entrance, being very careful not to be seen, he stuck his head just a little ways out. "What the heck is that?" he asked, staring at their craft as it hovered above the ground. "I don't know," replied Hava, "and what are even weirder are the things walking around out there." Sticking his head out a little further, getting a better look, he asked, "What are they?" "I don't have a clue," she replied, "but, don't talk too loud or they might hear us." "What are they doing?" he asked, watching them walk back and forth. "It looks like they're looking for something," replied Hava. Clutching his laser gun a little tighter, Adam said, "Yeah, I think I know what they want." "That thing you found, ha?" asked Hava. "You should give it to them and they'll probably go away," she said. "Are you kidding?" he said. "They'll probably kill us with it." Noticing the flashlights in their hands, he asked, "What are those things they're using to see with?" "I don't know, but I sure wish I had one," replied Hava. "Man, they light up the whole area." "Quick! Get back in the cave," he said, pushing her back. "They're shining their light sticks in our direction." Running to the back of the cave, they huddled in the corner, Adam holding onto his laser for dear life. "Adam, I'm scared," she said. "Do you think they'll come in here?" she asked, pushing herself further against the cave wall. "They better not," said Adam, pointing his laser towards the cave entrance. They watched as the aliens lit up the cave entrance with their flashlights, then suddenly, the light grew dim as they walked away. "I think they're leaving," he said, rising to his feet but, still standing in the corner. "Look," she said, pointing towards the window, "the light's going away. I think they're leaving." "Yeah, I think you're right," said Adam, moving closer to the cave entrance. "Stay here, I'm going to see if they're gone," he said while heading out of the cave. "Adam." "No, wait," she warned just before he headed out. She waited a few moments, then she heard Adam yelling from outside. "Hava, it's okay, they're gone," he yelled. "Good," she yelled from inside. "What were those things?" he asked, hobbling back inside the cave. "They were really sick looking." "They were scary," cried Hava, running up to Adam, giving him a hug. "They looked like Morning Star." "Don't worry, they're gone now," he said, sitting back down on the ground. "I hope they don't come back," she said, sitting down next to him. "They might," he said. "I don't think they found what they're looking for yet." "You don't think that thing you found came from Amaran, do you?" she asked. "No, I don't," he said. "I think it's theirs and they want it back." "You think they'd actually kill us with it?" she asked, becoming even more frightened than she already was. "Hava," he said, "I think they're the ones who tried to kill Tailless and his mother." "Why do you say that?" she asked. "Because, Amaran didn't do it," he asked. "Who else?" "You've got a point," she said. "I'm going to get even with them," he said, lying back down with the gun on his chest. Lying down beside him, she said, Adam, I don't understand anything going on around us. What do you mean? He asked. Everything, she replied, it all seems so confusing and I'm wondering why Amaran even made us. That I can't explain, he said, but, I'm sure there must be some reason why we're here, we just don't know what it is yet. The two of them tossed and turned all night long waiting to see if the aliens were going to come back and kill them. Hava had regrets about eating the forbidden fruit and in her heart she knew that if she didn't Amaran would have been there to help. Adam, on the other hand, didn't give the forbidden fruit much thought however he was going to miss seeing Amaran. Something strange was happening though as the feelings of loss over his good friend Amaran were being overtaken with the feelings of wanting revenge for them trying to kill Tailless. The next morning, waking up with the sun shining through the window Adam said, Hava, I'm going to get us something different than fruit to eat. How? She asked, the fish swim away from us now. I'm not talking about fish, he said, I want something different. Like what? She asked wondering what else there was. You know Hava, he said, I've watched the animals chase and eat each other and well. You're not suggesting we eat animals? Are you? She asked. The animals do it, why can't we? He asked. I guess there's no reason why not, she asked, but, how are you going to catch them? They're much faster than you and your leg is hurt. Once again kissing his laser pistol he said, I'm not going to do any running. Hobbling to the cave entrance he said, I'll be back with some real food. Be careful, she said watching him walk out the door. Once outside he turned around looking back at the cave examining it for any way possible to reach the top of the rock. Just a bit to the left was an indention which formed layers of rock creating almost a natural staircase up to the top. The crevasse was very narrow, not allowing for anything very wide, but just wide enough that he'd be able to climb to the top. He wanted to climb to the top to get a better vantage point of everything in the field beyond the trees. Hobbling over to the crevasse, he placed his gun in his left hand and began climbing to the top. It didn't take long and before he knew it he was high on top of the rocks stretching the length of the cliff. Walking a little ways, being very careful not to trip, he cleared the treetops and was able to see the field. He was able to see several beasts as they grazed in the pastures with their necks reaching high up into the trees. Visions of Tailless ran through his head as he watched not wanting to hurt any of them. How could he bring himself to kill something that brought him so much companionship and friendship? A battle of hunger versus loyalty began taking place and he was now becoming uncertain if he'd be able to pull off the task. In his mind, killing one of the peaceful beasts would make him no different than the evil aliens who tried to kill his friend Tailless. Taking a seat on the rock he watched knowing he'd never be able to kill one like his friend. Just a bit to the left he watched as a different beast exited the trees heading towards the ones which looked like Tailless. The Terra, which looked like Tailless, turned his head spotting the other beast coming for it. Adam rose to his feet and watched as the beast started chasing the Terra. Being as big as it was, the Terra was no match for the beast which was swifter and more ferocious. Not wanting to see one like Tailless being taken down Adam raised his pistol taking careful aim at the beast. Squeezing the trigger the gun went, buzz, just missing the beast and striking a tree. The Terra began running faster while the beast slowed down to a full stop. Scanning the area, moving its head from side to side, it was looking for where the shot came from. With the creature standing still, Adam once again took careful aim then pulled the trigger. Buzz, went the gun firing a short burst striking the beast. The large animal immediately hit the ground and began thrashing around in pain. Taking careful aim again Adam pulled the trigger. Buzz, went the gun with another short burst striking the beast again. He watched as the animal dropped its head hitting the ground not making another move. Hobbling back over to where he climbed the rock Adam climbed back down to the ground. Once on the ground he limped as fast as he could where his catch was. Seeing the beast on the ground, he approached with caution with his gun aimed at it the entire time. Reaching his catch, he aimed the gun at its head while kicking the body to see if it moved. The beast remained still as it was dead. Lowering the weapon, taking a few steps backwards, examining his catch, he realized how large the animal was. He wondered how he'd get it back to the cave as it was much too big to drag. He thought that if it were only in pieces he'd be able to drag the sections back instead of the entire creature. He knew if he tried to cut it up with his weapon it would simply vaporize as the gun was way too strong for the task. Holding his gun up and examining it, he noticed a switch on the side of it. "I wonder what this does," he asked while moving it 2 clicks forward. Aiming the gun at a nearby boulder, he pulled the trigger. Buzz, went the gun in a short burst, striking the rock but doing nothing. "That's odd," he said, taking aim again. This time while pulling the trigger he held it longer while the gun went, buzz. The rock started glowing as it heated up, and when he stopped pulling the trigger it remained red hot. Somehow, using the current setting, the gun acted as some sort of fire, heating the rock, turning it into a glowing ember. "That's really interesting," he said while moving the lever to the next click. "Let's see what this does," he said, aiming the gun at the rock again. Pulling the trigger, the gun went, buzz, slicing the large rock in 2 different pieces. "Yes, now that's just what I need," he said, aiming the gun towards the head of the animal, pulling the trigger again. Buzz, went the gun as he cut of the head. Aiming for the upper section of the hind leg, he squeezed the trigger again. Buzz, went the gun again as he carefully carved one of the rear legs away from the body. Placing the gun down on the ground, he lifted the rear leg, feeling its weight. "It's kind of heavy," he said, holding it in front of him. "If I cut off the other leg I'm going to need something to carry them back to the cave. Man, where's Tailless when I need him?" He knelt down by the creature, thinking for a moment, then he reached out, feeling its tough flesh. "Wow. That's pretty rugged," he said, rubbing his hands across the skin of the giant beast. "That rugged flesh would work great for dragging pieces of meat back to the cave." Reaching over and grabbing his gun, he aimed for the middle of the animal's belly. Pulling the trigger, the gun went, buzz, as he made an incision along the length of the beast. Reaching his left hand inside the incision, he separated the hide from the flesh, then using his laser pistol he was able to continue skinning the creature. It took a little while, but soon he had a large piece of hide, big enough to pull the cut up pieces of meat back to the cave. He continued cutting off the other leg, the front arms, then threw the large pieces in a stack on the piece of hide. Looking at the stack of food, he realized he had enough to last a while, so he decided to drag it back to the cave. Looking at the remnant of the creature still on the ground, he said, "I guess I'll just leave that for the other animals to eat." Placing his gun on the hide next to the meat, he lifted 2 corners and began dragging it back to the cave. It wasn't an easy task, with his legs still hurting and all, but he managed to drag it all the way back home. "Hava, come out here," he yelled, pulling the pieces into their camp. "Yes, Adam. I'm coming," she yelled from inside the cave while running outside. "Look what I've got for us," he said, presenting his catch to her. "Wow," she said, "that's a lot of meat. I guess we won't be hungry for a while." "Nope, I figure not," he said, lifting his gun from the place it was lying next to the meat on the hide. Bending down and examining the hide, she asked, "What's that you're dragging the meat in?" "It's the animal's skin," replied Adam. "I figure we can use the skin to keep us warm, and maybe I'll fix something up so I can carry my gun with." "It's pretty rugged," she said, feeling the toughness of the hide. "That's what I thought," he said while bending down next to her. "Hava, check this out," he said, picking up a corner of the hide with both hands, trying to tear it. "It doesn't rip either." "Wow," she said, "but how will we cut it?" "This here device I found cuts anything," he said, holding his gun out to her. "Here, let me show you something," he said, pointing it towards a boulder. Pulling the trigger, he said, "Now watch." Buzz, went the gun as he cut the rock in 2. "That's amazing," she said. "How'd you figure that out?" she asked. "Well, I saw this thing on the side of it," he said pointing to it, and when I messed with it, it changed the way the darn thing worked. You know, she said having an idea, we could use some of that skin to hang over the entrance and the light hole you made in our cave. I bet it'd keep us warmer at night. I'll bet you're right, said Adam, I'll get some more of it and we'll do that. I've got a hot fire burning inside the cave, she said. Do you want me to cook that meat up while you find more of the skin? Remembering the rest of the animal he left in the field, he said, yeah, that'd be good. He replied. I'll be back in a bit, he said hobbling away, for more skin for the light hole and entrance. Approaching the dead animal, still lying in the field, he watched for a moment as birds pecked at the flesh. Not wanting to disturb them from eating, he sat down on the ground a little ways off from where the carcass was and watched them eat. It amazed him how when one bird would finish another would swoop down from the sky taking its turn. After sitting, watching the birds eat for quite some time, he decided he'd better get his job done before evening. Rising to his feet, he headed over to the carcass and approaching it he yelled, "Go on, you've had enough." The birds immediately took off flying in circles hovering above where he was working. Using the laser he stripped the rest of the hide from the carcass and threw the meat into the field for the birds to eat. Every time he'd throw another piece of meat into the field, another swarm of birds would swoop down gathering it. He attracted so many birds that by the time he was done there wasn't much meat left as they carried it all away. Laying the large pieces of hide on top of each other, he rolled them up together until his bundle looked like a huge roll of carpet. Using the stripping from wet branches he was able to create ties which held the large roll of hide together for the journey home. Because the roll was very heavy he really wasn't able to lift it, so he used all of his strength dragging it all the way home. Because the hide was really wet, once back at home he unrolled it, placing the pieces out in the sun to dry. Entering the cave he saw Hava standing next to the fire cooking the meat. She was rotating the meat, which was stuck to large sticks that were propped up on rocks, over the flames like a rotisserie. "Did you drag all those rocks in here?" asked Adam, being surprised seeing the elaborate contraption she created. "Yes, I did," she replied. "What do you think?" "I think that stuff looks good," he replied, wanting to eat it. "Grab a piece," she said. "The stuff over on that rock is already done and the stuff in the fire is still being done." Pulling a large piece of meat from the slab sitting on the rock and putting it in his mouth, he said, "Wow, it's still hot." "I'm sorry, Adam," she said, "I thought it was cool enough." "It's all right," he said, using his hand fanning his mouth. "Man, this stuff is good," he said while chewing a piece. "Oh yeah, I have more of those flesh pieces outside drying in the sun." "Good," she said, rotating the stick of meat, "because I want to get some over those openings before the night comes. I don't want any of them weird creatures peeking in here." "Yeah, I'll get to it as soon as I'm done eating," he said, chewing on more meat. When finished he went outside and found a piece he thought would fit nicely over the window. Pulling the hide into the cave he said, "Hava, give me a hand hanging this over the light hole." "How are we going to make it stay up there?" she asked. "Where'd you get those sticks you used for the meat?" he asked. "Off the tree," she replied. "Let's get one a bit longer and we can put one end over on that rock over there," he said, pointing to the rock ledge just above the window at the right. "Then we can put the other end over that rock over there," he said, pointing to another rock ledge to the left of the window. "Then we'll hang this big piece of skin over the stick in front of the light hole. When the sun comes out in the morning you just have to pull it down to let the light in." "That's a great idea," she said, "but what's going to stop the stick from falling off the rock ledge?" she asked. "Well, here's the thing," he said, "we'll just put some heavier rocks on top of the stick so it won't fall down when those creepy crawlers come back looking for us." "I think it'll work," she said, "but this skin is still really wet." "Yeah, well, we'll put it up and it'll dry soon," he said. "Let's get the stick and the rocks." After hanging the curtains over the door and window he cut a piece of hide long enough to wrap around his waist, then shoved his gun into it. "Hey Hava, "How's it look?" he asked, being very proud of his new invention. "That was a really smart idea, Adam," replied Hava, examining it. "Maybe you could make like a little thing that attaches to it that hangs down from your shoulder and the blaster thing can sit in it." "Good idea," he said as he did what she suggested. "Do we have any more animal skin stuff left?" she asked. "Yeah, there's a big piece out there," he said. "Where'd you say you left it?" she asked. "Out there," he said, pointing toward the cave door. "We could use it to sleep on, you know," she said. "It would go over the leaves very well and make them a whole lot more comfortable." "That there woman is a darn good idea," he said. "Let's go get it." The two of them ran outside, getting the large piece of hide, and after dragging it into the cave they laid it down beside the fire. Chapter 12 Reunion. A few months went by and their cave was turning into quite a home. Using animal hides they managed to fix up the interior of the cave, making it quite comfortable. Because winter was approaching, and the weather was growing colder, they made some makeshift clothing also using the animal hides. Using a large piece they cut a hole in the center for their head to slip through, leaving the rest of the hide dropping down covering their bodies. Hava's pregnancy was progressing further as her belly was beginning to pooch outward. "Me hungry," he said while moving his hand in circles around his stomach. Lifting his hand to his mouth and touching it, he said, "I need food, Hava, I'm hungry." Nodding her head up and down, she ran over to a rock where she had cooked food. Picking up a piece she brought it to Adam, then handed it to him. He said, devouring it like an animal. Looking at the food rock and seeing it was getting empty, he said, "I'm going to have to go hunting again." Once outside the cave he climbed on top of the rock and headed to his usual hunting spot. He sat down for a few moments watching the animals as they'd run through the field. Becoming less and less discriminate, he no longer cared about which animal he shot as hunger became his prime focus. Seeing a tara grazing in the trees, he pulled the laser from his side, then aimed it toward it. With the animal in his sights he squeezed the trigger, but nothing happened. Thinking he did something wrong, he re-aimed, squeezing the trigger again, but once again nothing happened. "Ah!" he yelled while examining the gun, looking to see if he had the right setting. He moved the adjustment lever to the next click, then pointed it towards his prey, once again squeezing the trigger. This time the gun made a beeping noise, almost like some warning sound. "Ah!" he yelled again, this time throwing the gun on the ground. "What's wrong with you?" he said, looking at it lying on the ground. What Adam didn't realize was the gun needed to be recharged. Its interior battery cells were solar powered and they needed to stay in a light source for a period of time in order for it to recharge. Kicking the weapon a few feet until it rested next to a rock, he yelled, "Darn! Darn! Darn! This just pisses me off." Scratching his head, he said, "What'll I do now?" He sat down on the ground, thinking and thinking and thinking. Staring at the animals, he said, "How do I get food now?" He sat there for a couple of minutes trying to figure it out when the gun started beeping, as it was already charged via the sun. He picked up the weapon, then aimed it at the tara and pulled the trigger again. Buzz went the gun as it hit the tara, making it fall to the ground. Adam ran out after his catch and began cleaning it up. Adam and Hava began growing a usual routine when suddenly Hava went into labor. She gave birth to a boy and named him Cain. Hava remained busy feeding and taking care of her child while Adam continued hunting and fishing for food. He managed to create some makeshift water jugs from the hide of the beasts, which they used to transport water from the river back to the cave. A few months went by with the baby getting bigger, and one spring day Adam was sitting on top of the cave, at his lookout spot, thinking about Amaran and Tailless, wondering if he'd ever see either of them again. While staring off into the field, he spotted a metallic craft as it landed by the cave. Two gray beings stepped out and began searching the area again. This time Adam didn't have his gun and was defenseless. He was helpless with Hava and the baby in the cave alone. He watched as the two beings began heading toward the cave, then he became scared to death for Hava and his son. He began yelling, "Hey you two, leave them alone." He quickly jumped up and began climbing down from the cave top only to be greeted by the two aliens. His sadness grew into anger as he knew these beings meant them harm. Adam yelled, "Hey, leave them alone, why don't you pick on me?" The aliens began heading for him with a determined look on their faces and were going to kill Adam. Suddenly, they heard loud thuds coming from around the other side of the rocks, then turning the corner were Tailless and his mother. Seeing their friend in trouble, they immediately attacked the two aliens, stomping them into the ground before they got a chance to even draw their weapons. In a matter of moments both aliens were dead and Hava came running out of the cave holding Cain. "Oh my God, thank God you're all right, Adam," cried Hava. Adam simply stared at his old friend Tailless and began crying as he ran up to him. "I was just thinking of you and here you are, my friend," cried Adam. "Thank you, you've saved our lives." "Humph," cried Tailless as Adam, Hava, and the baby hugged the giant beast and his mother. It was such a joyous reunion, all of them being together again. Hava cried, "Tailless, I'm so sorry for the way I treated you, please stay with us and don't go away again." "Yes, please stay, both of you," cried Adam, hugging both creatures one after another. With that, both creatures let out a big humph. They never left again, and stayed right around Adam, Hava, and now Cain. In the meantime, Adam and Hava now had a new metallic orb which they now needed to learn how to fly.